Test.
Okay, welcome committee members and members of the public to the hearings we have established here for the Education Committee today. A few notices for the Education Committee first. I'll try to meet with the leadership today in regard to when we can determine when we might have that week off that I've been talking about. I've been aiming all along for the week that's in conjunction with the week off down in the southern part of the state here with schools. I think that's the 28th going forward. Also, that means we're going to have to really do a lot of executing bills. Judiciary the other day execed 41 bills in one day. It can be done if we work together and try and get things done. But that's in education, that would be kind of like, I wouldn't go to the bet on any of that. So,
Chairman, I think the composition of this room may change that dialogue.
I would think that we'd be lucky to get half of what they got done. But we're going to certainly give it a shot along the way here. So today we have some bills scheduled. The first one on the docket is 1638, relative to grievances under the right to freedom from discrimination in public workplaces and education. Representative DeLorenzo, I get Lou mixed up in here, is here to present the bill. Welcome.
So Rick, before we get started on this, and if I could just beg a pardon from the representative on this, I just wanted to mention a couple things. First of all, we all appreciate the notification and the decency that to do that that Representative Ford provided us over the weekend.
If we're going to be talking about the mass.
No. I just really appreciate the fact that he indicated to all of our members that he had tested COVID positive.
Yeah, see, we should not be indicating any specific person here in public.
Well, he did it. He did it publicly.
I know he's done it, but I don't want us to be doing it here
Okay.
on the committee level, too.
Okay, that's fine.
So
I appreciate that. But what we're unclear about is if when such notification happens, what that does to our protocol for both members of the committee as well as guests, as far as COVID mitigation.
Okay, I think what you need to do is take that up with your leadership, and they can take it up with leadership. As this is a hearing, we got to move forward right now.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so we have 1638. Welcome, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, honorable members of this committee. I introduce HB 1638, which seeks to change the grievance procedure for violations of the right to freedom from discrimination in education. The proposed bill is simple. It aims to keep the grievance procedure within the local school administrative unit. A person aggrieved by an act made unlawful by this subdivision shall file a written complaint to the district superintendent of the SAU. The petitioner would complete the public education intake form found on the Department of Education website. The SAU superintendent will use this information to determine whether the petitioner has the basis to file a formal charge. After reviewing the questionnaire, the SAU superintendent will contact the aggrieved party to gather further information and, as necessary, either explain the next steps in filing a formal charge or explain why the person does not have a basis to file a charge of discrimination. I believe that the local school district should be in charge of the investigation. They are the head administrator of the school district and have knowledge of the teachers, the parents, and the students. We need to trust that local administrators will complete a thorough investigation and will, without prejudice, decide on whether the basis of the complaint has merit. This process is simple, quick, and cheap, and the end result could be a learning process for all involved. Now, if the aggrieved party disagrees with the SAU's finding, they may appeal to the New Hampshire Department of Education. The DOE will refer the case to the New Hampshire Human Rights Commission or the Attorney General. Alternatively, the aggrieved party may file a complaint in Superior Court or with the U.S. Department of Education Office of Civil Rights. And with that, I close my testimony,
Thank you, Charlotte.
and I'm open for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions, Representative Likas?
My question is, what if it's the superintendent is one of the people that the parents feel are responsible, or they're the ones discriminating?
Well, I haven't broken that out in this bill, but I am open to an amendment that would clarify that.
Thank you very
Okay.
much.
Thank you. Good question.
Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman Leonard. Good morning, Representative.
Good morning.
We're over here. Anyhow, okay. My question is, I'm looking at line 5 of the proposal,
Yes.
and I'm just concerned about the 3 days receipt time, where it doesn't stipulate school days. My concern is it comes in on Friday, and then the lack of time would make money, there really won't be a legitimate time.
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Sure. On line 5, I'm
Yes.
concerned about the time frame.
Okay.
You have 3 days after receipt of the complaint,
Right.
but if a complaint comes in on a Thursday or Friday, it's Monday, the weekend's all gone, that's your 3 days. So it doesn't stipulate school days or business days. Is that's just I'm raising that question. Was the reason that you omitted that?
No, it wasn't intentional to leave out, whether it's business days or school days, but it makes sense that it would be school days.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman Ladd.
You're welcome. I have got a question. Is that applicable to the 15 days? Are those school days or are they all days?
Those would be all days.
Thank you. Representative Cordelli?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative. Just wondering if the intent here is that before before an action can be initiated with the Office of Human Rights, the Commission of Human Rights, is the intent that the person would have to go through a local review of their complaint before going to the Human Rights Commission?
Yes.
Thank you.
Further further questions from the committee? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Are there any other cards for this particular bill? Okay, thank you very much. With that, we'll close the hearing for 1638. Okay.
If I knew that, it was gonna be this, we could stop the head breakfast. You know, yeah, we could have. You know, I went, the first time I went, before Alan gets run off the committee, and we went across the street, it was on that side of the street, a little small restaurant.
Yeah.
Excellent breakfasts.
No kidding.
You say you go there for lunch, breakfast all day, it's like 5 doors down, maybe a quart or something. Yeah. Yeah. And it's an excellent little restaurant, all homemade, it was great, yep.
Did you guys have any good burgers at the Barley House, or did you just drink the other night?
Oh, I tried to contain myself. I had sarsaparilla,
Oh, okay.
and I had sarsaparilla and a side of french fries.
That sounds good. All right.
No, we just had beer. We had a couple beers. Of course, we had, well, there's always the one that doesn't go wrong in the crowd. We had a Pure Grigio or something, a Chardonnay or something. We had one of those. Even Patty tried to fit in and drink something she didn't like. There's always one standout, you know? Really? How come I always see she only having one or something light?
Well, she's light beer drinker, and she doesn't, but she is in fact a beer drinker.
Having met Miss Anna and Miss D, I don't know her last name is, I have no idea. They would not, your phone, your microphone, Sally.
I think we're ready to get started again. And our next bill is House Bill 1090, relative to teaching on discrimination in public schools. And the Prime Spencer, Representative DiLorenzo, is here, and we welcome you back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and honorable members of this committee. I am Representative Charlotte DiLorenzo, and I represent Newfields and Newmarket in Rockingham District 17. I have here before me HB 1090, relative to teaching on discrimination in public schools. Now, HB 1090 proposes to repeal and replace RSA 93:440 with affirming language that is consistent with the education laws of New Hampshire, which recognize the need to provide diverse educational approaches to instruction and curriculum tailored to meet students' needs. Nothing in Title X5 of the New Hampshire Revised Statutes shall be construed as barring any person employed by a public school district, school administrative unit, or public academy for subjecting them to civil liability for engaging in any form of instruction concerning the historical or current experiences of any group protected from discrimination under New Hampshire Statute RSA 193:38 and RSA 193:39. I believe that students deserve an honest education that enables them to learn from the mistakes of the past to create a better future for our students, our state, and our country. The current law shortchanges our students from developing the tools they need to become successful students and developing the skills needed to have learning experiences that will help them succeed in higher education pursuits and ultimately in their future careers. That is why I propose to repeal and replace RSA 93:40. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Tanner?
Thank you, and thank you for being here this morning on this snowy morning, and thank you for presenting this bill. My question is about the civil liberties on line 6. It says from subjecting them to civil liability for engaging in any form of instruction. And I'm just wondering, because I think that part of the divisive concepts bill actually worked with the Department of Education to take teachers' credentials away. And I was just wondering if the civil liability would matter at that point, if it's through the Department of Education, the repercussions for the person teaching it.
I don't understand the question.
Okay,
Let me see if I'm getting you correctly. You're asking about civil liabilities. Would that be before or after a educator has been disciplined?
Right. In other words, I think, and I'm not positive about this, but I think that part of the penalties for teaching the concepts that they feel would, be divisive, result in a penalty for education from the Department of Education, perhaps losing your credential or something like that. And in here, you don't mention that, but you mention subjecting them to civil liability. And I'm not familiar with that term. I'm not, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know how wide a apron or umbrella that is in protection. And that's what I'm asking.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I really don't know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Lakis?
Yes, I'm curious. It says, and I've been trying to finish looking this up, but at any rate, it says engaging in any form of instruction concerning, et cetera. And I'm wondering, what if the form of instruction is discriminatory in and of itself?
I am not sure, but I would be curious to know who would be making the decision that the act is discriminatory.
Who generally makes the decision whether something is discriminatory?
Well, I think I need to rephrase my question. When you asked about considering whether an action is discriminatory, but I don't understand in whose eyes. In the eyes of the law, in the eyes of,
Well, according to, that's what I was trying to look up. I usually do it fast on my phone so that I would have it in front of me, but it's much slower this way. I was trying to look up the applicable law so I could see exactly what the wording was. But when you say any form of instruction, and I think some of the reasons some of these things have been instituted is because the students and parents find the form of instruction to be discriminatory and feel discriminated against, and would then want to be able to ask that that not be done. And that's why I was trying to look up the exact wording, but at any rate, when people object, it's generally because the instruction is discriminatory and they do feel discriminated against. And so any form of instruction, putting it into the discrimination in public schools sort of undoes that whole chapter in, hang on, it's in 354A.
Mr. Chair, the bill doesn't say any form of instruction. You got to read it in context. Engaging in any form of instruction concerning the historical or current experiences of any group. It doesn't stop at any form of instruction. So I don't know where this line of question is actually leading us.
Can I explain?
Representative, could you ask a question of the representative testifying?
Well, I was wondering how it's supposed to, that's protected from discrimination, and if the form of instruction itself is discriminatory against the group that is protected, whoever that is, which is a huge group based on age, sex, the list is very long, all the things, and it seems to me that by saying engaging in any form of instruction concerning current experiences of any group that's protected from discrimination, by saying it that way, you're almost negating the law against discrimination, because the form of instruction can be discriminatory in and of itself. And so that's, at any rate, I had to ask a question, yes.
okay, I think your question is speculative, and I'm having a really hard time giving you an answer. So I will defer from answering. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Cordelli. Representative, thank you again for being here this morning and taking my question.
Yes.
I'm looking at the line that was just referenced by Representative Lekas and further explained by Representative Luno. Is it the intent of this line, I'm talking about 6 and 7, basically saying that, I just want to make sure I'm on the same understanding, that teachers are going to be allowed to teach whatever is correct in historical context as we now know it, and they will then be prohibited from being sued for teaching the historical information as it exists. Is that what
That's correct, yes.
That's what this is saying?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Representative Cordelli.
Representative Waltz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative DiLorenzo, would you agree that maybe it's up to the administration in the school to determine some of these kinds of things? That they're the ones that are on site? They're the ones that can walk in and supervise the teacher. They can witness the lessons. They can review the materials. That they are the impartial people that maybe to answer Representative Leah's questions, wouldn't it be up to the administration in the school to address those issues?
Yes, I believe so. Thank you.
Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I do not see Representative Petrino. He indicated that he might be delayed in another hearing, but we have his written testimony that we can distribute. So next would be then Megan Tuttle.
Sorry. Good morning, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Megan Tuttle. I represent more than 17,000 New Hampshire educators as president of NEA New Hampshire. For more than 168 years, it's been our mission to advocate for the children and public school employees of New Hampshire. We're committed to improving student achievement in New Hampshire public schools, providing learning opportunities for teachers and students, and ensuring that all students are ready to succeed. NEA New Hampshire has held from the beginning that the current law's vagueness would have a chilling effect on educators throughout the state. After seeing the law in action this year, so far, our members, our students, we know that this is true. After this law was passed last year, NEA New Hampshire made multiple requests for specific guidance and instruction to assist educators in staying within the new law. These requests were sent to both the Department of Education and the Attorney General's office. To this day, the requests have gone unanswered. New Hampshire is consistently ranked, as we've heard before, in the top 3 or 4 states with regard to public education. Our students in our state lose if opportunities to constructively address race in our classrooms are muzzled and criminalized by this law that's vague on content and unyielding in punishment. Sorry about that. Currently, we have educators feeling as they cannot allow students to dialogue with each other, to peer review each other's work, or to let students lead classroom discussions because they don't know if student-driven learning will lead to a discussion that could be interpreted as the instruction of a banned concept. The law's broad use of the word teach dissuades teachers from presenting material as a jumping-off point for discussion, lest they be accused of indoctrinating students simply because they expose them to one author's thesis. Our teachers are feeling that they must now teach material in a vacuum in order to limit analogies students may draw to current events that could address one or more of the banned concepts. They're hesitant to ask questions like, does what we just read or saw apply in your life? Where do you see this happening now? They're concerned about opening up discussions like that because it might veer into banned concepts. Teachers believe that students are disadvantaged by the law because they're not being given the opportunity to form their own opinions or perspectives on important social and historical issues. They're not developing analytical skills to support any opinion that they could form if they're not permitted to engage in a discussion with peers or teachers about authors' failings, misunderstandings, or flawed reasonings. While ignoring our request for clarity on the new law, the Department of Education installed public mechanisms for reporting educator noncompliance and procedures to take away teaching credentials, prompting what we believe is the first bounty ever offered on an educator. Teachers believe that false reports of violations of the Act would be extremely damaging, as they would cause unnecessary controversy and attention up to and including reports of the department to the Department of Education, disciplinary referrals, and investigation by the school district, not to mention the harassment, unwanted attention via social media and news coverage. To that end, educators are either declining to use permissible works altogether or removing controversial authors' names from the materials prior to presenting them to students. The chilling effect of the Banned Concept Act is that New Hampshire educators are now weighing meeting state standards against losing their license and their livelihoods. Parents and teachers want to provide our children the best education they can, but the Banned Concept Act has created an environment that limits the context in which kids can learn about history and what books they can read. We should be trusting educators and parents to ensure our kids are getting the best education possible. Teachers are trained and experienced in education, have a duty to set their students up to be successful contributors to society. Educators should have the freedom to teach the honest, complete facts about historical events like slavery and civil rights without being censored and having their licenses and livelihoods being put at risk by a vague law. House Bill 1090 restores the ability to provide diverse educational approaches to instruction and curriculum tailored to meet students' needs. Our students deserve the freedom to learn. They deserve to be part of an education that helps them learn from mistakes of the past so they're better prepared to succeed. To inhibit New Hampshire's public school educators from engaging in the kinds of discussions that help teach and challenge students to use this knowledge to form their own opinion is a disservice to them and to the state of New Hampshire. On behalf of NEA New Hampshire, its membership, I respectfully ask you find House Bill 1090 ought to pass. I do have written testimony I'll pass in that has some more specific examples, but I didn't want to take up much more time.
Thank you.
Thank
You
you.
can just hand that to the clerk
I
when
will,
you're finished.
yes.
Thank you. Representative Lakis?
Did you receive or find the information that the DOE put out after this was done? They have a huge, like a brochure almost, and it's on their website that has all of those things that you were asking for, and it specifically says that they can teach all these things, et cetera. I'm wondering, you said you keep asking them for guidance, and they posted this huge guidance, but you said you didn't get any help, and I'm wondering, have you seen that?
Thank you for the question. Yes, we sent a letter to the Department of Ed and to the Attorney General's office once this was first signed, and we asked for specific books, lessons, topics, etc. Right after we sent that, and I don't think it was because we sent it, but right after we sent it, the frequently asked questions and guidance came out from the Attorney General's office. We did see that. We then sent another one asking for more specificity in it because there still were not any specific books, etc., that were going against it, and the law is still extremely vague. We still haven't received answers to that. So I have seen, if it's the same document that you're speaking of, I have seen that, but I think it could have been a little more specific in answering the questions that we asked that were specific. I can provide our request to you if you'd like. I'm more than happy to share it.
Thank you, and I'm glad you saw it. I think I think they're trying to allow flexibility by not
Is that a
giving
follow?
specifics, but that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Moffett?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. I counted 5 times in your testimony where you use the expression banned concepts. Can you give us an example or sample of a banned concept?
Thank you for the question. I can't because there really is no specific things. The law is so vague that there really is nothing specific for it. I could have said divisive concepts or other words, but banned concepts is just what we're using at this point.
Thank you. Could you tell us what specific language in the current statute that you take issue with?
Thank you, the whole statute.
Thank you.
Representative Ellison?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Megan, thank you for being here. Are you aware of any situations in the state where a teacher has had parents, a principal object under 19340 for something they've done or proposed to do in a classroom? Are you aware of any situations like that?
Thank you for the question. I do have some examples in the written testimony that are in the lawsuit also that we filed that I'll be turning into you so you can see those. There are specific, I have to go back and look, but I know that there are educators in some of the different counties. I believe it was in Hillsborough County where they had curriculum that was prepared by both the educators and the administration on certain books. I believe it was either beloved or stamped from the beginning, the kids' version of it, where everything had been approved, and then because the law was put into place, that was stopped because of the vagueness of it, and they weren't sure if it was going to be allowed. There is an instance in the written testimony where a parent had complained about something, and so it was stopped.
Okay.
So there are other examples in there for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Further questions? Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman Cordelli. I have two. Ms. Huddle, thank you so much for being here and taking my 2 questions, hopefully. I'm looking at both extremes of teaching from a historical context. Can you tell me how our current teaching staff, and I think you were in middle school, if I recall,
Correct.
historically talking at one point, how they would go about teaching history if they can't teach the entirety of history?
Thank you for the question. Yes, I taught eighth grade social studies, U.S. history
Okay.
for 18 years. And I think they're not teaching it right now. I think that's the problem, is because the law is so vague. It's educators are worried that they are going to be accused of indoctrinating or saying something that is taken out of context. And then the possibility of them losing their license is on the line. That's a very real possibility because of the ramifications of the law. So I think I know it's having a chilling effect on the teaching of history and things things like critical thinking, having student-led discussions where they can ask, how does this apply to your life?
Sure.
Things like that are not being done, and I know that for a fact because the educators are telling me they're not doing that anymore.
May I? Thank you, Chairman. The last one. On the far other end of the spectrum, when you get to the high school level, particularly the AP history classes and those types of things, which typically have been very Socratic and followed up by detailed resources, et cetera, et cetera. Are those classes, because they're upper level, are they still going on, or is something's halted there?
Thank you for the question. The classes are going on. The
Material,
classes haven't-
material, yeah.
Yeah, no, I do have some other examples in here for you about AP. I'm just trying to find it.
Oh, in the testimony?
In the
Okay.
testimony, I have it, yeah, about AP. I apologize, it's not in the AP English at a public high school in Hillsborough County reports that since this law is passed, they've stopped bringing his class to life by relating materials to current events or to students' own experiences, which is a common teaching tool. Educators' concern prompting a discussion related to current events is going to risk misinterpretation, that the educators indoctrinating students about the viewpoints of those involved. These are examples from actual, educators in New Hampshire still teaching that are in our lawsuit as well. So these are happening.
May I just, one more? Like this last one, I guarantee you. It's quite early. Thank you. It was a while ago when I was in the classroom, but at that point in time, AP curricula was prescriptive from the AP Association. Two parts of this one question. Is it still prescriptive, and are we following the prescription?
Thank you for the question. That is a great question. I honestly would have to check on that. I'm not
Okay.
sure if it's still prescriptive or not,
Okay.
but I don't want to answer incorrectly. So I can check on that and get back
All right.
to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairman Kelly, for your leniency.
You're welcome. I would just like to ask one question. I think you mentioned something about, was it removing authors' names before presenting the material to the students? I didn't catch what was being removed before presenting to students? Or was that, maybe that's in your written testimony?
Thank you for the question. I think I was talking about just removing authors and maybe their viewpoints from it. I'm not sure if I don't know if I actually said an author's name. I know they were removing books because the possibility of controversy for it. And I do have the books listed in the written testimony.
Thank you. Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Megan, for taking my question. Are you aware of any instances where someone from the Department of Education has contacted a teacher at home concerning a complaint that they've had?
Thank you for the question. I am aware that the Department of Education has contacted teachers directly about complaints. Yes.
Thank you, Chair Cordelli. Thank you, Ms. Tuttle, for taking my question. I am making the assumption that you, Megan, are in touch with other executive directors of teachers' unions or whatever throughout the country. Is this divisive concepts issue unique to New Hampshire, or is it being discussed in other locations as well?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, I am in touch with other state affiliate presidents, executive directors, et cetera. And it is, there is talk of this all over the country. I think New Hampshire, from what I've seen, has one of the most vague laws, but it is being talked about a lot of other places.
Follow-up?
Thank you. My follow-up question has to do with conversations that I've had myself with teachers who have reached out over the past couple of months. In your discussions with people in New Hampshire or even in other locales, have you had anybody address with you the idea of feeling discriminated against themselves by their situation not being allowed in discussion?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, the feeling that I'm getting in talking to educators and in talking to other local affiliates, et cetera, is there's just really this feeling of being attacked for teaching what is on it, or, you know, the fact that they just want to teach honest history and be in the classroom to teach. That's what they went to school for. That's what they're professionals at. And there's just this it's disheartening. There's a lot of people who are just fed up and wanting to leave the profession at this point for a lot of different reasons, and this is part of it.
Representative Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Taking Representative Porter's question one step further, do you think it's appropriate for personnel of the Department of Education to be contacting individual teachers about what they're teaching in their classroom?
Thank you for the question. Personally speaking, I don't think it's appropriate. I think there are other ways to go about that, and I think there are processes in place that should be followed to talk to a teacher or somebody else about complaints against them.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Representative Lakis.
Yes, I have the law in front of me, and I keep hearing this, teachers can't teach anything, teachers can't teach anything because they're afraid, because the law is vague. And so I'm wondering if you can explain to me what is vague if I go through line by, section by section. Is it vague? One person's characteristics, because I'm not going to read the whole list. That basically teachers aren't supposed to teach, that one's characteristics are inherently superior to any others. Is that vague?
Thank you for the question. The issue comes in where educators are afraid to talk about almost anything now. This is what I'm hearing from them in the classrooms because of the fear of being misinterpreted. And if they're misinterpreted and then everything is investigated and it goes down the process that's laid out, their livelihood could be done. Their licenses could be taken away. This is what they're telling me. We asked for specifics from the Department of Education, the Attorney General's office. Can we teach, beloved or stamps from the beginning? Or there are some other examples that are in the written testimony. And that can't be answered. It hasn't been answered. The answers we're getting are even...
So, I'm sorry.
Is that a follow-up?
Okay.
Yes, do those things that you're talking about, do they try to teach that one, let's say race, age, whatever, is better than another ace or rage?
I don't believe that's what they're teaching or trying to
Well,
teach.
then I don't understand what the question is. I'm trying to understand what the issue is that teachers are afraid to teach based on what I thought was a very specific law, and you keep saying it's general. And if we're going to improve it, I'm trying to figure out what it is that's general, what it is that's misunderstood. It even says nothing in this section shall be construed to prohibit discussing, as part of a larger course of academic instruction, the historical existence of ideas and subjects identified in this section. So it specifically says they can talk about these things. It just says they can't push them, they can't advocate for them. And the things that they... I'm sorry, I'm trying to express what my question is so she can answer, because I'm not understanding what is vague, where the breakdown is. That's what I'm trying to find. Where is the breakdown between this language and what teachers are feeling?
I don't know how else I can answer besides what I've already said.
Okay,
I
thank you.
apologize. We agree, disagree. Thank you.
Thank you, though, for trying.
Representative Tanner.
Thank you. Would you agree that discrimination is in the eye of the beholder? That if you're in a protected group, somebody who is not in that protected group might say something that you might feel is discriminatory towards you, and they may not. So do you think that this bill puts that, if that's true, that it's in the eye of the beholder, then you have 25 students in your class beholding what you're teaching who might take offense to it. Is that what most teachers are afraid of?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, I think, that's it. The fear is that something is, you might not be teaching, or you're not teaching that you are inherently, superior or inferior or anything, but the perception of what you said is taken out of context or misinterpreted, and that can lead to losing your license.
Can I have a follow-up on that, please?
Yes, quickly, please.
So, can it also be a misconception by a student that a teacher is inculcating or forcing or advocating their position on them?
Thank you. I think it could be, yes.
Thank you.
Representative Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Megan, for taking another question. I'm going to just bring you back to my teaching career. I've been out of the classroom for a while. I taught second grade, and when it got to be Thanksgiving time, it was always a little bit of a problem to me of how to teach about the first Thanksgiving. I knew it was a tradition to teach it one way, but I also knew that there were other things that were not taught when I was a kid that maybe the kids needed to know. So as I addressed that issue with them, I told them about how Europeans came over, that Native Americans were already here, that the Europeans settled on the land that belonged to the Native Americans, and that many of the Native Americans afterwards got sick and died, and that eventually the Europeans took the land that belonged to the Native Americans. So we went through how that would work, and I would ask the children at that time, what do you think about that? How does that make you feel? And without question, those second graders would say, I feel really bad for the Native Americans. They took away their land.
Is there a question coming?
Under this, yes, sir, there is. Under the concepts of this law, would that be allowed, do you think, or would I still be able to do that kind of teaching in second grade now if this law was in place?
Thank you. So the current law in place, what I am hearing from the educators is they are not asking those questions because they are afraid of what is going to come out of it. So instead of trying to go through an entire explanation of both sides, I guess, which is the right thing to do, they're just avoiding the topics altogether. They're just avoiding it because of what the consequences could be to this. So this would take that completely out and let the educators go back to teaching what they've been teaching.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next is Gilles.
I
I'm sorry. Representative Tanner.
That's fine.
Thank you. Do you think that this bill, not the bill we're talking about, but the repealed bill, is like perhaps having a law for how fast to go on the interstate highway, and the law says just be safe, and then you go what you want to on the interstate highway, and all of a sudden you see the blue lights behind you, and they pull you over and they say you weren't safe? Would that be an analogy to how teachers feel about teaching this in public schools?
Thank you. I think it could be, House Bill 1090 would just get rid of what's there. So it would be a good thing in our eyes.
Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. What would you do in a situation where a classroom teacher, an educator, is flat out teaching wrong information, facts that are wrong, dates that are wrong? That happens. I can give you examples. So my question again is, when a teacher is factually incorrect, what should be done?
Honestly, thank you for the question. I think that's really needs to go through the school first, go through administration first before it goes anywhere else. I think it's up to the principal to deal with it at the first.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very
Thank
much.
you. I did try to wipe, but there's no more Clorox.
Okay, quickly, please.
My question is, as I asked earlier, what if it's the school administration that is the one that's pushing the discriminatory teaching?
What do you mean by pushing the discriminatory teaching? That the administration, I'm just trying to clarify your question.
That the administration in teacher, when they do the teacher days and they're teaching, telling
Professional
teachers.
development.
Thank you, that's the word. If it's the administration itself that's pushing discriminatory practices and asking their teachers to teach these things, who do you go to in that case?
In my opinion, you would go to either the superintendent or the school board at that point.
But that's the people I'm talking about. If they're the ones, if the
I-
superintendent is the one who's pushing on the school administration these things, on the whole district, say, these discriminatory teachings, who would you go to?
I think you answered that.
Okay.
that.
Thank you.
Next is Gilles Bissonnet from ACLU. Sorry. What did I say? Oh, it is. Really? My French was never very good, so
No.
Can you hear me now? Oh, wow. Makes a world of difference, doesn't it? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Gilles Bissonnet. I'm the legal director for the ACLU of New Hampshire. I know that this committee has already heard our testimony on related bills, including HB 1313, which would extend what we call the Banned Concepts Act to higher education. So I won't get into as many details, but of course I'm happy to take questions following my testimony. Our position, and if it's also okay with the committee, my testimony is really going to cover both HB 1090 and 1576. I hope that is appropriate for the committee to do it all together. I just thought it made sense from an efficiency perspective. With respect to both of these bills, I think we support both. I think our preference is for the committee to adopt HB 1090, which is a repeal and replace. Of course, if the committee is not amenable to adopting that bill, we then would prefer the full repeal bill, which is HB 1576. And I do want to echo some of the testimony we heard before today. We have very serious concerns with, again, what we're calling the Banned Concepts Act. And we've, in fact, filed a lawsuit along with the NEA and other stakeholders concerning that statute. The focus of that lawsuit is on the statute's ambiguities, which are very problematic particularly when you consider the law's penalties. So I just want to get into that just a little bit. We think that this law is so unclear and vague that it fails to provide necessary guidance to educators about what they can and cannot teach in schools. And we think that this ambiguity very well can end up leading to arbitrary and discriminatory enforcement. So just by way of history, I know we've all been living with this law for the past year and a half, as it went through the budget cycle last year. But this really all does start from an executive order that was put in place back in September of 2020 during right before the presidential election. That executive order from President Trump actually listed out 10 banned concepts. And there, of course, the context was with respect to federal employment, federal employers, as well as federal contractors. And some of those banned concepts, in fact, were designed to include topics like systemic racism, unconscious bias. And in fact, one of the interpreting memos on top of that executive order made clear that those were the concepts that were designed to be at issue. There was a lawsuit over that executive order. It was filed out in California, and it was partially enjoined or partially blocked, in part on vagueness and ambiguity grounds. And so kind of fast forward to the New Hampshire kind of iteration of this law when it was placed in the budget. It has 4 of those concepts that were in President Trump's executive order. So in our view, those four concepts have the same vagueness, same ambiguity problems that President Trump's executive order had. So there's a couple kind of highlights behind this statute. On top of its ambiguities with respect to the four concepts, on top of that are really serious penalties, right? So just to outline, the Act imposes penalties for violating its provisions. One remedy, for example, for a perceived violation is a civil action in Superior Court against a government entity, probably a school district, maybe even the teacher, for damages and equitable relief, including an injunction to stop training or instructing on that banned concept. I think perhaps the penalty that's garnered the most attention, I think reasonably so, is how a violation of this statute is construed to be a violation of the Educator's Code of Conduct, which was put in place a few years ago, I think around 2018, 2019. And one of the penalties for under the Educator's Code of Conduct is the equivalent of really the death penalty for a teacher, right? The complete loss of licensure. So I think at its core, the concern that we have is you have ambiguities with respect to what's prohibited, plus very serious penalties for violations. And the result of that kind of recipe is a chill, is teachers being so fearful of those penalties that they won't get, they don't want to, they're so worried about covering these topics that they're just not going to cover these topics. And I think we've now, with the lived experience of this law having been in place for 4 or 5 months now, we are starting to see that. And this is kind of pivoting now to my second point, is that there have been efforts to get concrete guidance from the Department of Education, not just at a high level, but at a very concrete level. There have been requests made, for example, is Tiffany Jewell's book, this book is anti-racist, banned under the Act? Is the book Stamped for Kids banned under the Act? And the state just won't answer those basic questions, and that is concerning to me. The Department of Education is one of the enforcers of this statute. So I think they have an obligation to explain with clarity, not just at a high level, but at a discrete, granular level, what is covered and what isn't. Because if a teacher guesses wrong, they can be hauled into court, but perhaps even more seriously, they could lose their teacher's license. So that is something that I am very concerned about, is just the complete inability in the context of discrete, concrete examples to get guidance. Because if this law was so simple and easy to understand, if it was so clear, the Department of Education would have easy answers to these questions, right? Yes, this is covered, or no, this isn't covered. These discussions on race and gender that are being chilled under this law are really, I think, absolutely critical. The failure or the inability to cover these topics is harmful because the actual discussion of these topics, it provides benefits for students, I think, and as well as for society at large. Student body diversity and the resultant diversity in views and perspectives, it improves critical thinking and problem solving, it increases cross-racial understanding, reduces stereotypes and prejudices, and develops leadership and critical thinking skills. So there are harms when these discussions and these instructions are chilled. And I think, relatedly, we are seeing a rapid diversification of the state of New Hampshire. We've seen this with respect to the 2020 census. And where is New Hampshire's growing diversity? It is actually in young people. And so I think for those reasons, it is all the more important that we have these discussions in the classroom, because instruction on race and gender, including on concepts that address diversity, equity, inclusion, they not only serve to close existing opportunity gaps, but they help create a greater sense of belonging among those communities. So with that, I'll close my testimony. And again, just to reiterate, I think our hope is that the committee would adopt and pass 1090, and if the committee is not inclined to do so, that it would adopt the repeal bill, which is HB 1576. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Representative Moffett?
Thank you again, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question.
Thank you.
So most of us have been in the classroom and are imagining us being in the classroom now with this new statute. So it occurs to me that if there is a complaint or a concern, unless there is a video or an audio of the class, it really descends to like a he said, she said scenario. So I'm just, my question is, in terms of a complaint, I don't know if there have been any complaints yet. There may, I don't know. But if or when there is ever a complaint about some sort of teacher behavior, does the ACLU have a position on classroom recordings? I know during COVID, there's been a lot of hybrid and remote learning, but do you have a position on classroom recordings, thinking that it might protect a teacher?
I'm not sure if we have taken a position on that. I think, there probably is a debate or a growing debate as to what extent there are expectations of privacy in the classroom, because that's not a typical kind of public place necessarily. I don't know. I don't think our organization has necessarily taken a position on that. But it's a good question.
Yeah.
Can I just follow up
Sure.
on that? That actually is why, because you're right, with respect to course room and instruction, there is kind of a natural filter. Students will come home and bring home, either a comment that another student made or what a teacher said. And, there's just natural filtering that happens. You don't necessarily get the full picture you're right without something more definitive. That to me is actually why it's all the more critical in the context of books, right? We know that a teacher or students are reading a book cover to cover. We know exactly what that book says, right, because it's published. That to me is why it's all the more important in the context of books, right, to have a greater understanding. Is this covered and is this not covered? And that just guidance, at least in my view, hasn't been provided.
Thank you very much.
Representative Tanner?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question.
Thank you.
I want to go back to a question that I asked before, and the person really didn't, know for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But in 1090, there's a line that says that barring any person employed by a public school district, school administrative unit, or public academy from or subjecting them to civil liability for engaging in any form of instruction, blah, 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 the
Yes.
historical concept. Does that civil liability, subjecting them to civil liability, the prohibition to that, does that also apply to the Department of Education taking away their teaching credential?
Not necessarily. That's a separate procedure that I think exists outside the court system. This is, at least in 1090's context, this is a repeal and replace, so the certification issue that I talked about would be repealed. The language, I think, in 1090 is designed, frankly, to honestly create greater flexibility, just to make abundantly clear that when these discussions are occurring, to give breathing space for those discussions, that there isn't also then the possibility of being hauled into court, which is a component of the Banned Concepts Act, right? It's not just the teacher certification ramification. There is also separate provisions in the statute that make clear, as I noted in the outset of my testimony, that you could be hauled into court, there could be a request for damages, injunctive relief, et cetera. So I think that language in 1090 is designed probably to get more at that piece. Does that make sense? Thank you.
Follow-up?
My other question is also on terminology. Often in these laws we see the terminology freedom from discrimination. And then we have other ones that are, relative to certain discrimination. I was wondering if you could, in your mind, discern what's the difference between being free from discrimination and discrimination itself.
I think that's a great question. I think I'd have to give some thought to it. I think one of the things that has kind of become clear to me in kind of reviewing the statute, learning a little bit more about it, talking to teachers in particular, and talking to impacted communities, is when you look at that term kind of discrimination in a vacuum, and particularly how it's defined in the statute through these four kind of concepts that I would assume are attempting to define impermissible discrimination, is that it is so difficult to define that it is almost impossible not to at least arguably ban instructions concerning lived experiences that have a connection to historical events. Instructions around that, asking questions like, how does the legacy of slavery impact folks today? That is really, it's really difficult to answer, and because of those ambiguities, I just think that's why you're seeing the chill. That's, of course, why I think as well a California district judge, preliminarily enjoined the September 2020 executive order.
Seeing no further questions, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm always behind something over here. Thank you for taking my
Thank you.
question. So one of the current concerns that I have had with the prohibition on teaching discrimination is that a lot of it depends upon personal perception. And so I'm going to ask you the same question, Mr. Bissonnette, that I put somewhat forward towards Megan Tuttle. And that is, let's say I'm a member of the Black community, the disability community, the gay community, and I feel that things are not being taught about my experience. Is there the potential for families to claim that that in and of itself is discrimination, that if history is being denied, is that in fact a form of discrimination against the protected classes?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that we're seeing, the books that are being pulled or, you know, are being kind of shelved, who's writing those books? They're people of color, right? Right? Talking about their experiences and trying to write about those experiences in a way that relates to students. And so taking those books away, I think, is deeply harmful, belittling to those lived experiences. And so, I mean, it is something that we are concerned about, is that chill and how it has an impact on those affected communities.
Follow up?
Thank you. Is it unreasonable for me to think that if we've got school district A and books are being removed and they, as you said, the authors happen to be from a divergent number of minority classes or whatever, would is it feasible to think that legal action could be taken and a case could be made for the fact that the authors of the books that are being questioned are among minority groups?
It's a good question. I have to give some thought to it. It's a good question. As a lawyer, I try not to opine in areas that I haven't fully researched, but I see the validity of that concern, absolutely.
Thank you.
Representative Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. It's good to see you again.
Good to see you.
Yes.
You're blocked by a speaker.
Yeah,
but
I
I'll
am.
see
I'm
you,
always
so it's-
blocked. They do that on purpose. Is the unconscious bias part of what a concept that is banned in New Hampshire? I have two parts to this question.
Yeah.
Is that one of the concepts that we
It-
think is banned?
It's potentially banned,
Okay.
no doubt.
Okay,
I can, want me to flesh that out a little bit,
Yeah,
why, or?
Yeah.
or-
Okay,
or-
so what I have in front of me is a study that was, an article from Bloomberg Equality that was published in July 29th, 2021. And the title is Job Applicants with Black Names, in quotes, Still Less Likely to Get Interviews. So this is a study that's been going on for years where they submit identical resumes with different names to businesses, and most likely the people with the black names don't get called as often back as the people who don't have the black names. If a teacher was to teach or present this to their class in social sciences in a New Hampshire high school, could they be called out as part of this divisive concepts bill? In your
They could,
opinion?
yes.
Seeing-
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very, very much, Shields, for joining us again this morning. Looking at
Where's,
the,
oh, thank you. I couldn't see where you were, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Look,
sorry
with the
about that.
masks and, sorry, now,
Sorry, no,
thank
no.
you, Mr. Chair.
No, so referring back to the current law in 19340, and the language that talks about no pupil in any public school, and then it goes on to, towards the end of the statute, into the violations and
Sure.
and what takes place there. But does the current language in your estimation discriminate against licensed teachers in school districts when compared with other licensed teachers who practice in other public school settings or in non-public schools that are under contract with a school district, or maybe teachers, licensed teachers who practice as part of the Education Freedom Account program?
So this only covers the portions that you're dealing with, that you're referencing, I believe, dealing with the educator's code of conduct and the license ramifications there, only deal with teachers who are certified by the state. So I'm actually less concerned with kind of private schools. I'm assuming that you can teach in a private school without I don't know the answer to that question.
Just to follow up, so
Yeah,
I didn't ask about private schools.
Okay, sorry.
But the current law, the bill obviously repeals 19340. So I think this is a relevant question to the bill because it's specific to current law. But current law in 19340 Roman 4 says violation of this section by an educator shall be considered a violation of the educator code of conduct that justifies disciplinary sanction by the State Board of Education. Then Roman 5 goes on to say, for the purpose of this section, educator means a professional employee of any school district whose position requires certification by the State Board. So my question goes, it really pertains to discrimination against educators who are employed by any school district, as opposed to educators, again, professionals who are certified by the State Board of Education, licensed by the State Board of Education as a teacher, who may teach in another public school setting. And examples of this would be who teach in a chartered public school, or who teach in a non-public school that is under contract with a school district, or teach as part of the Education Freedom Account program. As we know that there are sections in the Education Freedom Account program specifically under accountability where a licensed teacher may need to become involved in terms of reviewing an EFA student's portfolio. So this section, to me, seems to only call out educators who are licensed, educators who are employed by a public school district, and not those who are employed in other public school settings. And my question is that discriminatory against teachers who are employed by school districts?
It's certainly a distinction the law is making. I see the point you're raising.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Woodcock,
Thank you, Chairman.
quickly, please.
Thank you, Chairman Cordelli.
Thank you.
Follow the red light. Follow the red light. Yeah, thank you so much for taking my question. I appreciate you being here. I had three questions, but I'm not going to ask them because I know Representative Cordelli is trying to save time. But I will follow up on one.
Sure.
I was thinking of the comment that Representative to my right here made about discrimination. I've kept on looking back at your thing on censorship, your statement of part 3. Is if this law is now construed requires educators to omit information that typically they would have presented in a classroom, is the omission of information being presented discrimination in itself by omitting that information?
Again, that's a good question. Discrimination in the legal sense, I think I just want to give more thought to it. I mean, I could tell you that as a policy matter, that is the nub of our concern, right, with this statute, is that ambiguities plus strict penalties create that very environment where certain instruction is not occurring, instruction that is beneficial and we think critical, frankly, as New Hampshire becomes more diverse. I'm not trying to evade your question. I just, from a legal perspective, I don't know if I've quite thought that through.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much for your testimony
Thank you,
today.
Mr. Chairman.
Next, we have Rusan Chester.
Thank you, committee chair. Thank you, committee members. I want to talk to you a little bit about a story from a long, long time ago. My child went to school one day, came back, and I said, "How was school?" She said, "Didn't like it." I said, "Oh my goodness, she's first grader." It was preschool. It was Head Start. So this is how long I go back. She said, "Didn't like it." I said, "Why not?" "Don't want to talk about it." And she was very passionate about, "I'm not going there." So throughout the entire night, I continued to try to talk to her about what happened in school. Finally, she disclosed, "Scary man came. Scary man came, talked about scary stuff, took me to a scary place, showed me scary things." This was at the same time that there was a public preschool in Massachusetts that was being brought up on sexual allegations. So as a parent, you can understand my concern. I immediately went to the school and tried to figure out who Scary Man was and what the heck they were doing in my child's school. It took about a week and a half to determine that Scary Man was officer friendly. Officer friendly was a scary man because I had not done a good job with my child to identify that police officers with guns could be considered scary. Had I just jumped and filed a complaint, that daycare and those teachers would have gone through a huge fiasco, huge investigation. The bottom line is that we as a society have taken sides. We talk about diversity. Well, diversity is actually a negative concept. If you look at diverse is division. Diverse, the definition of diverse is different from one another, unalike, composed of distinct or unlike elements or qualities. When did we start identifying people by the negative? Our educators have a fantastic opportunity to make our uniqueness wonderful. When did our uniqueness become a negative thing? When my children were young and they came home and one of the kids in the class wore the little thing on their head, they asked what was that all about because they'd never seen it before. I, as a parent, was able to educate them. When did we take the ability from our educators to provide children with both sides without putting in their own opinions and let children work collaboratively with the parents and the teachers? Because I honestly believe most of our educators would welcome, and I've heard it time and time again, parents use us as babysitters. Well, if you don't want to be used as babysitters, engage with the parents. Start becoming involved. Start having conversations. I know they're hard. Our society has become a society of keyboard warriors. We don't talk about the difficult conversations anymore. And that's why this bill for me is a problem. The only reason why this bill for me is a problem is because it further divides the teachers and our educators and our parents. It further pins one against the other, and that's not okay. The bottom line is discrimination, but it's also, I believe, in the eye of the beholder. So just because officer friendly was scary to my daughter doesn't mean it's scary to everybody. Just because being a black or brown child in our world today we shouldn't focus on their differences. When did we start focusing on differences? Let's start focus on what we are similar. Humanity. Our educators should not be forced to teach children about our differences. They should be taught, they should be allowed to educate on our similarities. They should be allowed to provide education on all sides and then help the children, like Representative Porter had explained, help them. She presented both sides. She presented the whole piece. and then help children to learn critical thinking skills. And if I look up what is a critical thinking skill, that's also ethics and morals. I don't think our educators want to force our children into developing ethics and morals. They want to collaborate with the parents because that student is theirs for 6 hours a day, but they're also the parents' children. I mean, the bottom line is we need a cooperative atmosphere. And laws like this, and even the law, unfortunately, the law that was put in place last year, the only reason why I have a problem with that law is because I felt like it had to be in place to protect our good educators and to try and focus on the educators that are not educating but potentially indoctrinating. Thank you. And I'm more than welcome to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
The next person we have here is Jonathan Weinberg. You're, okay, thank you very much. That's appreciated. By all. Ashma? I've already said good morning in the elevator. Good morning.
Good morning. Take this off, just so that you can clearly hear me. Good morning, committee. My name is Asma El-Huni, and I am here to testify on two bills, HB 1090, and also, if you allow me, HB 1576, because they're just so similar. So again, my name is Asma El-Huni, and I do not have my lobby badge, but I am a lobbyist with Rights and Democracy. But I am also here in my capacity as a proud immigrant, a person of color, and a Muslim. All these identities give me a unique experience in this country. After 9/11, my whole community was painted with the same brush, one of suspicion, distrust, and to be watched, even though the majority of Muslims had no connection to the terrorists who committed the violence. We were all painted with the same brush. Unlike other terrorists, like the Oklahoma City bombing, where a white man committed violence, not all white people were condemned for his violence. Our community had to register on lists. We are and were surveillanced. We were put on something called no-fly lists. We have laws created in ordinances to justify, to make sure that we don't put mosques or places of worship in town. We're pulled aside in airports. We can be arrested and never told why, because if you use the excuse terrorist, then you don't have to tell Muslims why they're being arrested, and so there's no due process. This is called institutional racism. When I get pulled aside at the airport 90% of the time when I fly, it is called institutional racism. You see, to me, it's not a question of whether institutional racism exists. It exists in our country, it exists in our state, I live it, my community lives it. The question is, are we brave enough to be willing to address this and to talk about it to make sure it changes? I want to be honest with you and share that public schools have not been a safe place for me and for people that look like me. When I was a child, I had not only students mock me, but also teachers. No young person deserves this. Every child deserves to learn the truth about our nation, our state, our communities. But the truth is, New Hampshire is not immune to racism. If you look at the New Hampshire Fiscal Policy Institute, you will learn the many different ways racism still exists today. If you truly believe that racism does not exist anymore, you are the reason why we must have these honest discussions that can only be had when bills like this this bill is in place, not last session's bill, because last session's bill makes these conversations impossible. And you're hearing from teachers that want to teach truth that they are not doing so. So I'm asking today to do the right thing and repeal last year's bill by passing this one. And just the other thing, we've heard already, there are 2 lawsuits in New Hampshire around this bill. We know that We are making our great teachers want to leave this state, and we're keeping awesome teachers who want to come in from coming to New Hampshire because of these laws. So if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing any hands, thank you very much.
Okay, and just wanted to point out, because there was something said about like, well, what if communities like mine want to actually to say something like, you know, there's books that are being discriminating against my community, which has happened in Florida. The Council on American Islamic Relations took that on. There is processes currently in place for my community to go through. So I think it really belongs to local instead of the state addressing that. And so, yeah, so just the school board, the superintendent, and then there's other avenues if we don't get, you know, if that doesn't get solved that way. So please do repeal this. We can't be living in a state like this. It's just harming us, right? So
Thank you very much. We did just receive another card here from Representative Maria Perez.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Maria Perez. I'm a state representative for District 23, Hillsborough, Milford, New Hampshire. I'm here in support of this bill. As an immigrant, someone who was born in El Salvador, I moved here when I was 15 years old. I didn't know the language, I didn't know the culture, I didn't know the history. And I really, really appreciate everything that I learned going to the Adult Learning Center, where I got my GED. I learned history. I learned the background of a lot of people. We have so much diversity. We have so many different cultures. We have so many different languages that I really, really think that we need to keep that. As an immigrant, it's critical for me to learn the history. The history, not just me, but the history of many of us that we hear. In order to respect everyone's differences, I believe that is a good way for teachers, like my kids that were born here, but they really appreciate, like my daughter, and she worked for our corporate office. She appreciates the background that she has the Latino background, but she appreciates everything that she learned from other cultures, because that helping her in her position to be able to understand how other cultures are different and how can she manage and not feel uncomfortable when different religions and different cultures being brought up to her working environment. So for that reason, I will ask this committee to support this bill.
Thank you very much, Representative. Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
With that, I have no more pink cards on this bill, so we will close this hearing. For 1090? Yeah, we're not there yet. For committee members, I know you've been sitting here for a long time. If you have to take a short break, is there anybody that needs to get up and, no, everybody's good? Okay. Okay, with that, I'm going to go ahead and open up the hearing for 1576. 1576 is repealing the law relative to certain discrimination in public workplaces and education. I would ask that if folks are going to just repeat what they said in 1090, please don't go all the way through that dissertation again. Just try to stay on this bill, and if you have testified earlier today, you might echo those remarks, but please don't, go into, saying the same thing over and over. That will help everybody here. So with that, I'd like to, do we have?
See the sponsor. The sponsor's not here.
Do we have any reps there?
I don't see any other co-sponsors maybe? Representative Specia is.
Yeah. Yeah. Welcome, Representative Specia. If you have a pink card, give that to us it's coming around the table? Okay, thank you.
And I'll have written testimony for your clerk, so.
That'd be great, thank you.
Make your life a little easier.
And for those that have written testimony, please, would you just go through it and summarize it for us, hit on the main points? That way, if it's written testimony, we will get copies of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to say I know that this is the third bill on this issue, so I'm going to try to just stick to the points here. But I come to offer HB 1576 to what is known as a repeal to the divisive concepts language. And to give context, in 2021, a ban on divisive concepts was voted in and ended up being tabled. But like so much legislation in the past, it came back in HB 2 of the budget. And as we know, the budget and the trailer passed last year and was signed by the governor. I spoke to colleagues who believe that while they supported a majority of the budget, this and other pieces of HB 2 were things they were not happy with, but believed this budget needed to pass. So I and other colleagues are here to repeal this provision of the budget. And I'll start with what this bill denies our students from learning. It denies our students from learning the actual history of our country. And for example, they won't learn that slaves were actually owned here in New Hampshire past the Revolutionary War. They won't learn that heroes like Frederick Douglass denounced the practice of building statues of Confederate soldiers known as the Lost Cause. Is the history of the Trail of Tears uncomfortable? Of course it is. But I heard that if we do not learn about our history, we are doomed to repeat it. This means teaching our younger generation of the struggle that so many faced in the past and that we don't sugarcoat it. This is not meant to cast the blame on the sins of our forefathers or on us today. This is meant to see the effects of how discrimination in the past is still present in our current system still. We still see discrepancies in generational wealth between racial and ethnic groups. We still see that in parts of our country, you can be hired one day and fired another because of your gender orientation. We even know that by prohibiting the conversation of history of the disability community, we are preventing ourselves from learning how recent the ADA has been around in our country, which is fairly recent. You can even tell how recent desegregation has happened, and that segregation is still a structural issue that exists in our country. We have made strides for progress to so many vulnerable groups. The establishment of this ban has made it incredibly difficult for our educators to do their job. We have seen a website created to report any educator in our state from doing their job at a time during a global pandemic when their jobs are hard enough just to keep our kids healthy and safe. It's bad enough our educators spend money out of their pockets so that they can provide a great experience in the classrooms, or that the resources that your classroom receives relies entirely on the zip code that you live in. We're doing a disservice to our educators, our public employees, and our citizens by gagging their speech and trying to erase our history. So I urge this committee to vote ought to pass on HB 1576 to repeal this dangerous provision from law, and I'll answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Woodcock?
Yes, thank you, Representative Chairman Ladd. Representative, good morning. Thank you for coming. Just for clarity purposes, I was reading through the bill again, and can you explain to me our simplified layman terms, the RSA 354, how it connects to our current RSA 19340 in education?
Yeah, so I mean, this
Thank you.
This is inserted from our previous budget, and this is something that we, like I said, many of our would be put into our education statute from the trailer bill. It really makes it much more vague to understand what discrimination looks like in our for education. So it makes it tougher for our educators to go from there. So I think we want to make sure that we we aren't making it difficult for educators to be able to teach this.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Further questions? Representative Tanner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. People keep looking around. I was wondering, I asked this before, and I still haven't gotten a really good answer on it, but can you define for me what you think the right to freedom from discrimination means?
It's a good question. I mean, in theory, it would be the idea that you know, wouldn't feel that. I mean, I'll take it for myself. If I felt that the right of discrimination, wouldn't feel like I would be prejudged because of the color of my skin, so to speak, that I wouldn't, I would feel comfortable in most spaces because of who I am. But structurally, I know that's not real. I know that doesn't exist. It's I would love to live in a world that is colorblind. That world just doesn't exist. It is unfortunate because there are people are going to read my resume and they're going to see Manuel Espitia and they're going to say, Manuel, Manuel, he must be from a foreign country. They will have these preconceived judgments already. And that's not like, it's not to cast blame on folks. It's just, like, I struggle with it sometimes too. I will have these biases that I've grown up with. But unfortunately, that's just, it's hard to rewire our brains to kind of think otherwise. And this is not to say that people are, inherently born a certain way. This is just, we are shaped by our environment. We are shaped by the places that we live, and it unfortunately makes it so some people may have a worse off experience than others. So, I would wish that it would be living free of discrimination would be a way where people would be treated equally. But I unfortunately don't think that we're there just yet.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Waltz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative I can't make
Espitia.
I do know that.
I know.
I just can't talk this morning. One of the prior witnesses, and I think it was Gilles Bissonnette, testified that he would rather see House Bill 1190, the bill we heard immediately before this passed, than your bill passed, which was a repeal and replace, and yours is simply a repeal. And he said, but if that didn't pass, he'd like your bill as the second choice. But I'm wondering how you feel about House Bill 1090 as an alternative to your bill.
I mean, I think House Bill 1090 is, I think, a great approach. I think, we here in the House see many bills, and there's not, there's not one way to skin a cat, so to speak, which is, there's more than, there are multiple ways to handle, an issue. And I think if HB 1090 passed, I think I would also be happy. So I would, but I definitely think we're trying to address this central problem that that was created by HB 2. So I would be happy with the passage of HB 1090.
Thank you. Further questions? Yes, Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my questions. So I'm looking at the finance note that came with your bill, and I'm particularly looking at RSA 354A29, which is described as providing restrictions on certain educational programs by public employers and allows any person aggrieved by an act to seek a remedy under a whole bunch of different subsections. You know what I'm referring to in that financial note?
Yes.
So I'm correct, am I correct, that that portion of your bill would primarily apply to adults?
Mm-hmm.
And what we're talking about is adults being offended, aggrieved, however you want to phrase it,
Right.
over something that an employer feels they want to offer some sort of professional development in. Am I correct in that?
Yes.
Could
Yeah,
you follow up, Mr. Chair? could you give me a couple of examples of something that an employer might want to offer professional development on?
I mean, I actually, funny enough, later today I have a cultural competency.
I can't
Oh,
hear
I have
you.
a cultural competency training later on, which I think is great if you want to learn more about how to be culturally competent and learn how to, address, certain different groups. So some people might get offended by that and say, why would I need to do this? So, but I think that might be an example of that. So.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Oh.
Actually, who do we have for
Technical
technical questions coming up?
questions?
Like either the Department of Ed or
I'm seeing a lot of myself here, so let's hold on.
or the AG's office or ACLU.
We have, other than self, we have three cards which have organizations like AFT or New Futures or ACLU. We will be hearing from. So if you have a technical, just
I'll save it.
hang off then.
No disrespect, Representative.
It's fine.
Okay. So with that, thank you very much. Jama Wilder. Can you turn your mic on, please?
Sorry. Good morning. My name's Jama Wilder, and I am from Hollis, New Hampshire. I'm here representing myself. I have spoken before the board before, but as you know, I have 5 children, and 2 of them are in the public school education. I started researching what CRT was and to better understand it and what divisive concepts were. CRT is basically creating a utopian society that is never attainable. They are putting an oppressor versus an oppressed, and they are placing guilt on a generation that had nothing to do with it. I have taught my children to judge someone on their character and not on their race, color, creed, or religion. Since they have come home in the last year, they have told me that they have never noticed color more than they have since they started going through these classes. They are teaching them to see color of a person's skin instead of showing them the kindness and love that they should be teaching. I'm going to read an example of one of the assignments that was given in our school. They had 2 sources that they could go to, and they followed it up with questions. It says, after reading information on both links, list some examples of systemic racism in the U.S. According to the article from the Booking Institute, explain how we have racism in the U.S. today without racist. How do you think the media and pop culture contribute to creating negative images of people of color, men, black men in particular? It goes on to list a quote, which I don't know about you, but I found this disturbing considering it happened in 1968, and they're trying to make comparisons of what happened then to our society today. What are your thoughts on the following quote from John Ehrlichman, one of the former President Richard Nixon's aides? The Nixon campaign in 1968 and the Nixon White House after that had 2 enemies, the anti-war left and black people. You understand what I'm saying. We knew we couldn't make it illegal to be either against the war on black, but by getting the public to associate hippies with marijuana and blacks with heroin, then criminalizing both heavily, we could disrupt those communities. We could arrest their leaders, raid their homes, break up their meetings, and vilify them night after night on the evening news. We did know we were lying about the drugs. Of course we did. This is in 1968. They're using a quote to try to make children have feelings about what's going on in our society today. It's followed up by saying many politicians, including the Clintons, Newt Gingrich, and Charles Rangel in this film, have apologized for their role in promoting devastating tough-on-crime legislation. Considering the billions of dollars made off the imprisonment of people and the ongoing practice of prison labor and the cases of unjust imprisonment, as we see in the tragic case of Caliph Broder, is an apology enough? Should our country be compelled to repay these communities and families in a more material, restorative way? Why or why not? They also have questions like this. Settling into agriculture societies was the biggest mistake made in human history. Agree or disagree? Civilization always leads to an inequality between its people. All of the inequality of the world can be traced back to geological luck. I wanted you to see how these questions were formed so you understood that it's not an issue of being able to teach about the past. The problem is when teachers are presenting material in a way that is not accurate to what's going on in our society. We've heard testimony about racism and people being considered terrorists based on race, which is completely wrong. I have been seen by some as a domestic terrorist because I'm a mother fighting for my children's well-being. Racism will never go away. It is all throughout the world. Our educators should not be dividing our children and making them feel guilty for the sins of their forefathers. I believe in teaching history and teaching it from different perspectives, but I do not believe that it is the job of an educator to tell my children how to believe and to divide our nation. There is enough divisiveness and division going on in our society. By asking teachers not to teach about racism, it stops them from giving them material like this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Thank you, ma'am, for taking my questions, and I appreciate you being back here again today. The questions that were presented by the faculty member to your youngsters for the agree, disagree, like or dislike that you read from history and from the administration of Nixon, those types of things. Can you tell me what grade level that was?
That was sophomore and junior classes. But one of the biggest concerns that I have about what they're doing is that they're allowing them only to go to one or two sources. At one point in the year, my daughter wanted to go to another source, and she used a direct quote from someone's writings and then gave her analogy or her thoughts on it.
Sure.
And the teacher came back and said that she thought that it was argumentative and that she needed to redo the assignment. And so they're not allowing them any critical thinking. They're saying you can go to one source, and if you step outside of that source, then you need to redo your assignment.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Ladd.
Thank you. Further questions? Yes, Representative Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Just want to be clear that I think I heard you correctly, so maybe you can clarify this for me.
Sure.
Did you just say that racism should not be a topic that should be discussed in public school or school classrooms?
I think that they shouldn't be teaching how racism looks, because what they're doing is in the divisive concepts, they're not presenting the facts. They're going back I'm sure you heard what I read for the questions, correct? They gave them two sources to go to, and then they followed up. And the whole point, and this is one example, I was trying to show you kind of what is going on in the classroom, is that the teachers are coming in, whether it's Israel and Palestine or whatever the conflict is, they're presenting it in a way that says one of them was an oppressor and one of them was oppressed. And several times my children have come home from school in many conflicts throughout history and said, this was the good one, this was the bad one. And they're doing it in a 45-minute video with some follow-up questions. And my concern is they shouldn't be presenting information in a way that doesn't allow them to understand all of the facts and do critical thinking and understand what really happened in history.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Representative Bohm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Jamie, for coming in again. Can you tell me what nationality in the world pretty much has not been discriminated against? Talking about Germans, Irish, Italians.
I don't believe that there's any, and that's why I said it's worldwide. The problem is that a lot of these teachers are saying it's only happening in America, and they're not giving an accurate representation of what's happening all over the world. They said something like, all Americans are living on stolen land. One of the teachers did, and I said, all across the world, everyone's living on stolen land. But they're not presenting it that way, and it's not right.
Thank you.
Representative Luno?
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Thanks for joining us this morning. You had mentioned the two sources that your daughter's teacher had asked them to use. One of them, I think you mentioned, was the Brookings Institution. I was wondering if you could tell us what the other one was.
Business Insider was the other one, and it was called www.allsides.com /news-source/business/insider.
Thanks. And follow up, how would you characterize these two sources? Primary sources or?
So I have not done much information into, or I haven't done a lot of research into those specifically. The biography.com was another source that my daughter was told was the only one she could go to. And it was, I found it to be very generic. I found only certain dates and only certain resources or papers listed that they wrote. So it's not giving, it's basically putting people in a box and saying, this is what we want to share about them. For instance, she was studying John Dewar, and he was the first president of the Teachers Union, and he had studied in China and the Soviet Union about communism, and she did more research into it and said, this is where he had done his education. These are the papers that he wrote, and that's when she was stopped by that specific teacher saying, you're not allowed to share that information because it doesn't go along with the assignment that we're trying to present. So any free thinking outside of that, I can't, specifically speak to those two. But I think it's wrong that they're not having children go and do their own research. And if there's credible sources or non-credible sources, they should have debates about it. And they should find ways to have them do more research because there are good and bad sources out there. But
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jonathan Weinberg, are you on? Are you going like this again? You're good this time. Okay, thank you.
Wanted to make sure we got to this hearing in time.
Well, you're here.
My name is Jonathan Weinberg. I'm a member of the Concord School Board, but while I'm here in my capacity as an individual, I'm not speaking on behalf of the board. I see how House Bill 1576 is critical legislation for many aspects, but firstly to combat the fear in teachers that they will be reported for merely teaching history. As we all surely know, the group Moms for Liberty placed a bounty on teachers' heads if they were found guilty of teaching so-called divisive concepts. If this wasn't enough to make educators weary, concurrently the state of New Hampshire instituted a snitch system where parents and individuals could report educators who violated the recently passed divisive concepts legislation. Yet, outside of the legislative chambers, it appears no one can really define what divisive concepts are. Last summer, as a member of the City and Community Relations Committee on the Concord School Board, I represented the board with fellow members at a booth every Saturday by the State House. This created a unique opportunity to engage with constituents and community members outside of a formal meeting setting. As expected, we received many questions about back to school, but the most common questions were about if we taught CRT or critical race theory, or even what the so-called new divisive concepts are. One of the main questions I inquired of those asking was, what do they define as critical race theory? Then, individuals would typically say that it is when you make white people hate themselves. And what was even more staggering was when someone said to me, it is basically a new version of slavery. I was taken aback by this claim that critical race theory was slavery reincarnated. I wanted to recommend the book, The New Jim Crow by Michelle Alexander, as that provides another view on what a new iteration of slavery is. Yet that would unfortunately most likely fall under the forbidden books list. Other times, people make comments equating critical race theory to Nazi propaganda. As not only an individual in education, but especially as a Jewish person, to hear these comments comparing the teaching of history to a time when my great-grandfather was in a concentration camp is despicable. We live in a state where critical race theory has become an umbrella term for everything it is not, a misnomer. And what is even more tragic is how the state of New Hampshire and state legislature have only fanned the flames of misinformation as they legitimize the misidentification of critical race theory as either Nazi propaganda or encouraging people to suggest that it is a new age of slavery. This must stop. I urge you to pass House Bill 1576. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have written testimony there that?
Yes.
So could we have a copy of it, please, for the record? Any questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Next card I have here is Jonathan Sarah Sanet.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honored representatives. Thank you for this, your service and this opportunity to address you. I'm Rabbi Jonathan Spira Savet. I live and work in Nashua, where I'm the father of 3 children who are students and graduates of our Nashua Public Schools. I myself have been a high school teacher of American history and literature, and I currently serve on our state's Commission for Holocaust and Genocide Education. I come to you to speak in strong support of this bill. This country saved the life of my family and my wife's family from the tyranny of the Tsar and the genocide of Hitler. I am a proud American and a religious person who says a religious blessing over freedom whenever I vote. And in the voting booth and when I come to the State House or here like today, I wear those commitments on my body and above my head. I feel that my own group's history obligates me in gratitude to be a civic leader in this country, and I carry responsibilities as a member of both a religious minority and the white majority. Earlier in my career, I had the opportunity to create from scratch a course for high school juniors about America in place of the typical U.S. AP history and literature curriculum. I was working at a private Jewish high school, and together with a colleague, we set out to give our students interdisciplinary tools to look at American history and culture and to look at themselves as critical citizens, connected critics, to use the terminology of the political philosopher Michael Walzer. Perhaps this was natural for us as Jews, a group who have so often lived the American dream, and a group so often the targets of violence and discrimination, even in this country, even just a couple weeks ago. But what we did in that school was to prototype a concept with application far beyond our specific group and the private school setting, and I have to say I haven't seen anything quite like it. I'm proud that the alums of that course have become those connected and critical citizens, working in everything from our national defense and intelligence to representing the underrepresented before our U.S. Supreme Court, facing all of our story as a nation in an honest and questioning spirit only fueled their engagement and their intense dedication to our country, their resilience to keep working on problems, especially in times of crisis in their lives from 9/11 through now. How will we motivate our public school students to locate themselves as creators of a more perfect union? How is it possible to draw lessons about the dynamics between one's own ideals and group pressure if you don't learn about the 3/5 compromise and sit for a while in shame and embarrassment, as well as understanding of political strategy in the times? How is it possible for our students to learn about the inner challenges of leadership, what it's like to sit where you sit, where we hope they will one day sit and want to, unless they can probe Thomas Jefferson in both his idealism and his cowardice? Why bother reading Thoreau if we don't allow students to take seriously his indictments of the nation and even of his own friends? How can we study Twain without asking whether he was lampooning the racism of his time or swept up in it? Sometimes as teachers, we have to make sure that a perspective that was or is in our history that is so opposite of what a patriot teacher like me would ever want to entertain or say out loud is made vivid and alive in our class, so students know what's at stake. Slaveholder perspective, Stalinist perspective, so it can be addressed in the safe and trusting container of our classrooms. If the creators of divisive concepts laws, such as the existing one, are concerned about this country lapsing into an unpatriotic socialism, well, it is the hallmark of socialist dictatorships to write laws that hide their implications behind innocent words, to sow doubt about whether you or someone else is breaking the law, to create a situation where an official or another citizen can take legal action against you or just threaten to do that, which is exactly, as we know, what's happened in New Hampshire and elsewhere with such laws. Members of my Jewish community have lived under such laws in our era in other lands, which is why they came here. I've had conversations with people running for school board or attending their meetings. They happen at my kids' school. It's in my American neighborhood. And there's never any actual incident of a teacher declaring that someone is inherently racist or that America is. I've heard of a few times. I can't tell you the name of the school. I'm trying to make sure it doesn't happen here. I would like to talk, however, to my fellow parent about the context of that situation, because I think it's important to get into cases like that. But the current law seems to be like this, and it doesn't sound like the American Constitution to me. If that is not how you intended the current law, then consider my remarks to be high school teacher comments on an essay whose thesis is confusing and needs a revision. If you are serious about education for a proud and patriotic American citizenship, not just for diversity, but unity, a difficult unity, and I hope that you are, then show you are serious by getting engaged with the fine work of our social studies leaders and our civic education thinkers. Pump more substantive standards into our system, as you've tried to do in the Holocaust and Genocide law. Invest in the resources and training for our educators around critical citizenship and a true patriotism. And in the meantime, take these current words out of the laws and pass HB 1576. Thank you for your time, and I would be happy to respond to any questions.
Do you have a copy of the, what you just read available for the clerk here?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Are there questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Bruce Burke?
Good morning. I hope I'm not redundant when I thank you for your service. You are the most underpaid, I would say, citizen volunteers, and thank you for the hours that you put in. I have to, before I make my remarks, I have to address this mom who spoke a couple minutes ago. I am a retired teacher of history. I taught for 35 years. I think teachers should be facilitators and never create that kind of bias in some of the questions that they ask, right? The greatest compliment a teacher can receive, and maybe once in my tenure, a student asked me, so what do you believe, right? Should never be the subject in the classroom. I support the current bill and the previous one for the following reasons. One, and it's been discussed before, New Hampshire is a state that believes in local control. Therefore, let us trust our local superintendents and principals to maintain a high and balanced caliber of teaching within their schools. If we have an occasional teacher that perhaps is gone over the line, let the principals handle that. I don't think the state needs to handle it. Two, truth be known, instructing at the high school level means intersecting with 4 or 5 sections of day of reluctant learners. Perhaps you've forgotten your teen years, but it's unlikely that you came to class all 5 or 6 a day ready to learn. Instead, it is a task of every educator to build energy and intellectual interest. Teenagers, by their nature, want something they can relate to that has relevance to their lives. Often, something they can debate. Talking about dead people and concepts from the 18th century are not a central focus for teens who get most of their information from TikTok. That's the reality. So, a teacher's challenge then is to make the classroom come alive, to invest it with facts and ideas that both educate and entice. You need to give us the freedom and trust to do that. Imagine for a moment that we're discussing Declaration of Independence, It might be a fascinating subject for the adults in this room, but not so much for a 16-year-old. How to make it come alive, knowing that it will engage students in one class, perhaps that technique will flop in the next. Teachers need to have the freedom to be nimble and spontaneous. Mention taxation without representation and watch eyes glaze over. All right? Instead, it might be more interesting to ask them if it was fair for England to impose taxes for a war that they fought in America and that their English brethren paid higher taxes than they did. Right? It might be an effective piece. So then to ask, is taxation without representation a piece of disinformation? And to wake a teenager up, you might even say fake news. As a question, not a statement to students. Why should we have taxes anyway, asks another student. Are we allowed to talk about in the classroom socialist Finland and Sweden where education and medical costs are not crippling expenses? Not in the testimony of the bill I heard a couple weeks ago. Or another example, why did Jefferson delete from his initial draft of the Declaration? And what did he delete? Answer, if you don't know, it was on slavery, a condemnation of slavery. So, should the ensuing discussion be limited, fearful of saying something deemed un-American or ideological, or rather should it ask the question, why do we think he deleted that paragraph? What might it tell us about America at the time? What might it tell us about the context that these politicians and founders were operating in? Our challenge is to get students to think more deeply, to be critical and fair thinkers. In reality, as a teacher, you're trying to find a middle ground between your passion and acknowledging youth's limited experience. The beauty of history, and I used to say this to my students all the time, is 20 years from now, you'll love it, right? Its nuances and its complexity. But we do them an injustice if we do not explore the complexity and the contradictions of Jefferson and even Lincoln. I want my students not only to understand, but appreciate operating in the context of their times, and importantly, how these issues of the 18th and 19th and 20th century are not merely history, but a continuum of an experiment called the American experience. The study of history is a conversation where we should be the umpire with its many twists and turns. Let us as a state be self-confident enough to be self-critical. Let us be trusting enough to believe in our teachers who, beyond, I think, healthcare workers, have had the most difficult time in this pandemic. Let us create an educational template that will encourage young people to become teachers, encourage teaching professionals to want to be in the state of New Hampshire. Thank you. And I'll take
Thank
your
you very
questions.
much. Are there questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Lakis.
Thank you. I noticed your comment initially about what one of the former speakers was talking about, and you agreed that teachers should not be doing that. Am I correct?
No. I would say the way the questions were asked. I think teachers, I, for example, would have given out a primary source instead of a secondary source. Right? I certainly wouldn't discourage a student from finding additional sources. I mean, to me, you know, if I wouldn't get fired, I'd give that student a hug for bringing in additional sources. Right?
So my question then is, if a teacher is doing that and is limiting a student's responses and a student's research, et cetera, what do you think do you think anything should be done?
I think every profession we continue to learn. So my reaction to that is if I were a parent, I would bring my concern to the principal or the dean, and let's have a conversation with the teacher about what they're teaching and how they're teaching it. I don't know if that's a young teacher, I don't know if that's an experienced teacher, but not to wax too poetic, but I mean, teaching's an art form, and it can always be improved on. So that's what I would have done with her concern.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Representative Tanner?
Thank you, and thank you for coming over here.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming and sharing the wonderful story that you did. I was wondering if you would also agree that a new teacher or a teacher who feels that they're under the constraints of a vague law like we have might resort to framed questions from a workbook or perhaps limit sources just as a, because they don't, because teaching is an art form and you actually, I'm sure, taught differently at the end of your career than you did the first or second day of your career. And maybe talk to that if you could,
Yeah,
please.
no, thank you for the question, and you're absolutely right, right? I mean, I'm glad there's no video of me as a young teacher. I think that it may have come from the workbook, and I mean, I don't want to miss my message here. I think our teachers, our young teachers, our experienced teachers can't go into the classroom looking over their shoulders. They can't. I mean, some of the best teaching is a question that you did not expect. And, you know, as a good teacher, you need to turn that around, probably at first glance, back to the classroom as a neutral question. But I can't, at the moment that I'm trying to take these reluctant learners, and they are, keep them engaged and energetic, and then at the same time thinking, is that a question I can respond to? So I think we have to be careful there, and I don't think we want to get overwhelmed by, if there are teachers out there teaching ideology, they shouldn't be. But I don't think that's what we're doing as a profession.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming in today and sharing your wisdom.
You're welcome. It's good to be old.
No, I didn't say old. I said wisdom. Michael O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Michael O'Brien, here on behalf of AFT New Hampshire. I'm a lobbyist with Party Strategies. Here today in support of this bill. AFT New Hampshire was one of the folks who filed a lawsuit because our members, we were getting from our members that the law was vague enough that they were concerned about how they should teach and what they should teach and how they should approach their lessons, and it was causing them to step back from important topics that need to be discussed in the classroom. You have written testimony from President Deb Howes, and so I'm going to keep this pretty short. I do want to say this is personal for me on a separate level. My wife is a history teacher. I have 4 children, one of whom is now old enough to be in school, the other 3 who will get there soon. And I want them to learn those concepts, and my wife, as a history teacher, wants to be able to teach students so that they can learn and grow. And these are high school students who she wants to challenge, right, and wants them to think critically about important issues. And so, and I see her, as we talk about the struggles of teachers, I think I work pretty hard. It pales in comparison to how hard my wife's job has been and how hard she has worked over the past 3 years, and really ever since I've known her. But these past 3 years have been exceptionally difficult. And when people have questions about material or something that she wants, that she has presented in the classroom, she spends hours a night answering emails from students and parents alike. She is accessible. She is there to answer questions and to help to guide these students and these parents through any questions they may have. The idea that teachers are not accessible now in this day and age is one of fallacy, right? Each teacher has an email. These emails are there to be answered. They answer these emails. I see her again, spend hours into the night answering these. So from an AFT perspective, the law causes our members significant apprehension around topics they should be teaching. From a personal perspective, it is hard for me to see my wife put the work that she puts in and then be questioned the way that I think this committee sort of questions educators in general around these topics. And so for that, we support this bill. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Other questions? Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Mr. O'Brien, for joining us this morning. So when teachers, particularly teachers who teach social studies or history, receive a handful of short videos from the Department of Education in connection with Black History Month. And particularly in view of what's currently in statute in these two areas, in 19340 and 354A. Would it be your opinion that might not only just with the statutes that are in place, but now being provided specific curriculum that touches on this area, that would be seen as a broadening opportunity for teachers, or something that could be considered as narrowing the curriculum being taught? For example, this is what you should show your students.
Sure, thank you for the question. And I think that will depend largely on the teacher. And I think there will be teachers who will see this as, this is what I should be instructing, for sure, right? And I think, again, it depends on the teacher's tenure and how long and how comfortable they are in the classroom, and how comfortable they are with the law as written, right? And maybe to some teachers will be that, last year a law was passed that said that I am not fully understanding, and that makes me be cautious of what I am teaching, and now I'm getting something that this is my fill in the blank. And I think those videos, and I've watched the ones that were out, need questions afterwards, right? They need context to why these folks, Booker T. Washington created these schools, right? But why was it difficult that he did that? That question wasn't posed in those videos, and that can be added. That's not a shot at the video, but just to say teachers can add context to those videos, but some probably wouldn't feel comfortable under this law as written. So,
Thank you very much. Representative Likas.
I'm still trying to understand the vagueness of the law. So you've heard the things your wife has said, et cetera. Can you enlighten me in what it is about the law that she isn't understanding?
I would leave her to do that. I will just say that when I read her the guidance that came from the DOE and from the AG, she still had significant questions about where that line was. And she's been doing this for a while now. And so she's not new at this anymore, but still had those questions.
Thank you.
Further questions? Not seeing it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anne-Marie Banfield.
Good afternoon. Wanted to make sure it wasn't morning. Members of the House Education Committee, I want to thank you for taking my testimony. My name is Anne-Marie Banfield. I'm a resident of Northampton in New Hampshire. I'm also a parental rights advocate in the state. Many of you know me, so I've been doing this for quite a while. My focus is on academic excellence in education. In 2021, we saw an influx of the radicalized critical race theory training for teachers and curriculum aimed at children in public schools. This came in under the umbrella of diversity, equity, and inclusion and justice. It was so alarming to teachers and children that many of them mobilized to affirm our civil rights through the non-discriminatory language that was passed in HB 2. We saw teacher training in SAU 16 that described everyone as white supremacists if they believed in a colorblind society, similar to what this sponsor brought up just a few minutes ago. He would like to see a colorblind society. Guess what? According to teacher training under 2 revolutions, that would be considered white supremacist talk. We had parents assuring their children that they were not responsible for slavery after receiving a lesson in history that placed the actions of slave owners on young children sitting in our classrooms today. I've talked to these parents. I sent you my testimony via email. You will see her post on social media where she has to console her young daughter that she is not responsible for slavery. A New Hampshire parent. These are violations of the Civil Rights Act, but parents and teachers do not want to have to take their school district to court. There are costs involved, and it can be a lengthy process, as we are seeing in SAU 16 right now. The district has taxpayer-funded attorneys at their disposal, so it can be a daunting task to spend thousands of dollars on a private attorney to fight for our basic civil rights. Currently, there is an ongoing lawsuit in SAU 16 where a resident is just trying to compile documents to look at how CRT was implemented in the school district. Residents are already uncovered information that shows that they were planning to push more bias and prejudice on students. The superintendent is using taxpayer-funded school district attorneys to fight against producing these documents. And when I filed the right to know request the last time, they had already spent $10,000 on their attorney fees fighting in court to produce these documents. We do know that SAU 16 purchased books for the students on anti-racism. Anti-racism includes the same toxicity as the radicalized critical race theory that we are seeing in public schools today. For instance, in the book SAU 16 purchased for 8th grade children, the author says that you, all of us, are in two categories. So either you fit into the dominant culture, if you are white, upper middle class, cisgender, male, educated, athletic, neurotypical, able-bodied. If you don't fit into this class, you are in the subordinate culture. Those in the subordinate culture identify as brown, indigenous, people of color of the global majority, queer, transgender, non-binary, cisgender women, youth, Muslim, Jewish, Buddhist, atheist, non-Christian, neurodiverse, those living with disabilities, or those living in poverty, and more. A student or teacher must then determine which of those two boxes that student fits in. And this is why Condoleezza Rice rejected this whole notion. And she said it on The View. If you go in my testimony to you, I put the link in there. And she talks about how we are discussing race relations in the classroom today. She disagreed with requiring white people to feel guilty for everything that has happened in the past. She mentions one of the most important features of CRT, which is the idea that black people have to feel disempowered. She rejects this worldview and goes on to say that she wants black kids to be completely empowered, to know that they are beautiful in their blackness. What a wonderful statement. But in order to do that, she doesn't want to make white kids feel bad for being white, which is what we're seeing in New Hampshire. Condoleezza Rice just summed up why CRT agenda is wrong for students in New Hampshire. It's discriminatory. While this may be wrong, the CRT, DEIJ, anti-racist agenda also violates our basic civil rights. Those rights were affirmed in HB 2 with the anti-discrimination language. Why would anyone think it's okay to discriminate against any group of people based on their skin color? Why would we want to go backwards? Why would you not want to affirm our civil rights of all the children and teachers in our public schools? Because I've heard from teachers too. Now, will you get them here? Absolutely not. They're not going to put their job on the line. But they are getting pressure from the administrators bringing in the professional development. This kind of discriminatory behavior has been happening in many other schools like Litchfield, Sanborn, Exeter, Hollis Brookline, and Hopkinton, to name a few. Parents have set up websites. You can find the link in your email. Facebook pages have objected to this discriminatory behavior at school board meetings. HB 2 has helped those parents and teachers require their school administrators to go back to focusing on academic achievement for all of their students. Teachers are in a very difficult position speaking publicly, but HB 2 has also helped them so they are not subjected to this kind of hate and prejudice from professional development. It was David Ryan, superintendent of SAU 16, who admitted in a public meeting that they would have to change their professional development because of this anti-discriminatory law. The professional development and SAU 16 provided by Two Revolutions was questioned at a public meeting when somebody asked about the professional development the East Kingston teachers had to endure. And I give you a link to where he makes this public statement. According to Two Revolutions, teachers and children are covert racists and white supremacists if they are, number one, of the belief that we should be colorblind when judging someone. Number 2, if we are silent and we don't speak up. Number 3, are white parents self-segregating in certain neighborhoods and schools? Live in an area where education funding is from property taxes. Supports the message of make America great again. Denies white privilege. Believes in exceptionalism. You are a white supremacist. That's what the teachers were learning. Celebrates Columbus Day. Claims reverse racism. Assumes good intentions are enough. Believes that we're all one big human family. There's only one human race. You're a white supremacist. This is the kind of professional development we have seen in New Hampshire schools. This is not training that is focused on helping students succeed academically, but training teachers to blame and shame their colleagues and the children in their care. And I heard from teachers who have been blamed and shamed by their colleagues for their white supremacists, and they don't even know them. The teachers in SAU 16 were subjected to professional development by Two Revolutions, who was hired to work with the teachers. According to Two Revolutions, if you live in an area that funds public education through property taxes, you are a white supremacist. That would mean that every resident in New Hampshire is a white supremacist, including all of you sitting on this committee. If children happen to be in a subordinate culture, remember, you're in two, you're one or the two, children may begin viewing themselves as abnormal and inferior. That's what Condoleezza Rice was concerned about. How is that good for black and brown children? Condoleezza Rice said it best when she said she wanted black and brown children to feel empowered and beautiful in their blackness. What a wonderful statement. There are many more examples I can share, but I think you can see the kind of destructive bias we saw in New Hampshire schools prior to the passage of HB 2. This was damaging to teachers and children in our public schools. There's now a way for parents and teachers to fight back against the prejudice aimed at them. They shouldn't be used as a political tool by political radicals. Our schools should be focused on academic excellence and literacy in the core subjects. That is how you uplift all children. That is how you support public schools in New Hampshire. So for these reasons, I ask you to reject, or to vote ITL on 1576, which would also include HB 1090. That concludes my testimony, but I would like to go back and just talk about a couple things. Somebody brought up the book Stamped. I think it was Megan Tuttle brought up the book Stamped, that it's being possibly removed in some of these classes. Well, let me tell you about the book Stamped. Okay, it's written by Ibram X. Kendi, and I was contacted by a Hopkinton parent who said that her daughter was required to read this book the entire year. She removed her daughter from the school, by the way, because that's what these things do, is they cause parents to remove their kids from the schools. Ibram X. Kendi in that book admits, because I read the book, that he is not a historian. He's giving historical parts. He's talking about historical events. And for instance, the parent who actually read the book said that there's misleading information in that book about the Louisiana Purchase, for instance. Maybe he's left out information, things like that. So some of these books that may be removed because if you're teaching history, you want it actually authentic and maybe taught by a historian or somebody who knows the subject. And so while he may have his views, that's great, but if your child's in a class, in a history or social studies class, maybe you want authentic history, maybe you want the full picture being told. And Ibram X. Kendi said in a tweet, some white colonizers adopted black children. They civilized these savage children in the superior ways of white people, while using them as props in their lifelong pictures of denial, while cutting the biological parents of these children out of the picture of humanity. So maybe the book is being removed because of a political activist book in a history class versus somebody who actually wants to teach the subject and teach it well. So what kind of chilling effect did this have? Well, as Rebecca said, the New Hampshire parent, I just can't. My 9-year-old asked me this weekend if slavery was her fault because she's a white person. We have an open question answer about anything, and she is super interested in Rosa Parks and the Underground Railroad. We happened to be in Boston when she asked this one. I guess we I guess we probably need to separate a separate Facebook page. Look in her eyes, thinking that slavery was our fault, is soul crushing. That's what the parents said, and that is included in your email to you. So that's the chilling effect. So I'm not sure what the answer is. I don't understand why, because as I read the actual language in the discriminatory law, it focuses on discrimination. It means don't blame and shame kids, don't blame and shame teachers that you don't know. I don't understand how that's difficult to implement in the classroom. You know, somebody said trust, let's trust. Well, I can give you so many examples of these teachers don't want to sometimes teach it this way, but the administrators have brought it in professional development and said, this is what you're going to do. So you can take it to the trust. I mean, quite frankly, I trust this guy back here teaching the kids. I mean, what he explained, I think, is what most people would want out of a social studies teacher. But that's not what we're seeing. That's not what we're seeing. Please do your research. This has been going on for the past year, I know. I don't really think I have anything other than that to say, but other than if you're going to repeal anything, then you better fix this problem in the process, because it won't be fixed if you repeal it.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Ms. Banfield? Yes, Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question, Ms. Bansfield. Were you present at the professional development opportunities that the teachers had in your SAU that you talked about that were so upsetting, where these things were said and done?
No, I was not at the actual professional development. What we did is we obtained information, we obtained documents on what Two Revolutions provides, and I provided that to you in your email. For instance, there is a, as you'll see in your email, there is a pyramid of overt white supremacy, which is socially unacceptable, and covert white supremacy, which is socially acceptable. And so you can see what was provided to the teachers through Two Revolutions. They were the ones that were hired to do the professional development. So this is the documents that they put out. This is what they say. This is what we do as an organization.
Thank you. Further questions? Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Louise Spencer.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair, for taking my testimony. My name is Louise Spencer. I am here speaking on my own behalf. I live in Concord, but I am part of the Kent Street Coalition, which is an all-volunteer grassroots advocacy group, and I am confident that that the folks in that group would agree that these bills, that we support these bills, and that we would like to see the language that was passed in SB 2 to be overturned. I'm speaking here today as a parent whose children went through Concord Public Schools, and also as someone who spent most of my educational experience in public schools growing up. And I had a range of teachers. It's not possible for people to totally sanitize and sterilize their experience from who they are when they enter into the classroom. So I could be aware that some were conservative in their perspective, some were more liberal in their perspectives, some were religious, some perhaps not, variety of racial backgrounds, ethnicities, and life experiences, including diversity of socioeconomic experiences. Those things enriched my education. That was profound in terms of how I learned and how I grew as a person. And I find it very sad that we're trying to really remove that richness of experience from our classrooms. I think it's one of our greatest strengths as a country is that we are lucky to have such a diverse experience, and I do not see that word as a negative word. I also had a wide range of fellow students, again, the same range of experiences. Again, that was enriching of my personal education. And I often heard in school things that I did not agree with or that I wasn't taught at home. My children heard such things in school as well. They came home and we discussed it, and it made for a rich and engaging conversation. It helped them grow. It helped me grow as a child, and I'm grateful to my parents that that was the approach they took. One experience that comes to mind for my daughter was she was in a civics class in high school and was election day, and the teacher said, kids asked, when are you going to vote? And the teacher said, oh, I only vote in presidential elections. The rest of elections are a waste of time. My daughter came home quite appalled by this comment, rightly so. She and I had a long discussion, along with my husband, about it and how she might approach that with the teacher, or if she wanted us to engage the teacher. She chose to go and speak with the teacher. It became a topic of conversation in the classroom and an opportunity for exploration. It turned into a very rich and powerful experience rather than what is so often portrayed as a negative one. The other thing that strikes me is I find it ironic that the underlying law that we're talking about and seeking to repeal will make it so much more likely that sources that students can reference will be limited. That's one of the very purposes of the bill, is to put restrictions on what's available to students to explore and discuss and discover. So we've already heard about books that might be pulled from the classroom or books that might not be approved. If I were a teacher teaching, I would want to make pretty darn sure that when under this law, as it currently exists, that I direct my students to certain websites and resources, lest I be accused of somehow bringing in things that were not considered acceptable to be discussed. I also know that as a student, at all levels of my education, especially as I'm thinking from middle school on, but throughout my education, I was encouraged to look at things from different perspectives. And often I was given assignments to write, not from my own perspective, but that from another person, how it might feel to have been an immigrant to this country, how it might have felt to be, someone who was escaping the Holocaust. Trying to get students to think about someone's experience other than their own life experience. That may mean that certain resources are limited to the student, or certain things being introduced into an essay may not actually address the assignment as given. It's important that we understand what the teacher is trying to teach when a certain assignment is given. And I think if we have any question about the ambiguity of this law, we need only look at the testimony today. It was all over the place, quite frankly, about whether this was about limiting, whether it meant that and by the law, I mean the law as it currently exists. Does it mean we can't teach about racism? Does it mean we can't teach about what racism looked like in the past? Is it about CRT? Is it about diversity and inclusion? I think it's disingenuous when we are asked to deny the origins of this particular bill and the language from which it arose, which was HB 544, the Divisive Concepts Bill, upon which Chris Rufo came in and spoke and was very clear about the ties to divisive language. And I think the effort to make the language more ambiguous, quite frankly, is to make it more difficult for us to really have an honest conversation about what this bill actually is attempting to do. Because no, you cannot go by it word by word and point to a specific thing in it. That's the very point. it's the overall impact of this bill, and we're hearing it here today. It's the chilling effect, and that's the intention of this bill. And it's not contained in any particular word. It's contained in the way it's played out. It's contained in the way that there are bounties put on teachers. It's contained in the way that if you go on social media and look, you will find all kinds of interpretations about what this bill means. And I have to say, if I were a teacher, that would make me very nervous. Talk about lawsuits and being afraid of those. As a teacher, I would be worried about having to defend myself and possibly losing my, my livelihood. So that's my testimony. I thank you for giving me the time to share it.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. There are communist, I'm a history guy, and I hate to use the word communist because it conjures up Joe McCarthy, but let me get to it. There are schools that have had communist clubs, and the purpose of the express communist doctrine is to replace our existing structures with something totally different from what we have. So are you comfortable with communist clubs in high schools?
I'm not, I would have to look more carefully at the law, but I think that schools in terms of clubs are fairly limited in what they, what students want to do on their private, after school in terms of clubs. I think that I would have to defer to the lawyers on that, but I think there's a wide range of considerations that schools have to take. So it's not really up to me of whether I would be comfortable with that kind of a club or not. It's really about what the law provides, because also you might have clubs that are religious clubs or other political perspectives. If you start limiting one perspective, then you may well be getting into an area where you're limiting other perspectives. So I can't really speak to what I would do about a club like that.
Thank you.
Are there further questions? Not, Representative Tanner?
Thank you for your testimony today. And you talked about the chilling effect on teachers. Do you think this has a chilling effect on the kids in the classroom as well?
I do. And I think we have to think about all the kids in the classroom and the ways in which they may feel if they know a book's been pulled from the classroom that has to do with LGBTQ issues, and they're an LGBTQ kid. How is that going to make that child feel? I don't think any children should be burdened with the problems that adults, current and past, have created. On the other hand, I think when a child asks a question like, was I responsible for slavery, or is there something wrong with me because I am LGBTQ and I wanted to read that book, or any number of questions that a child might emerge from the classroom with, I think it's important that hopefully they can have those conversations with their parents. But I think that there are a lot of ways children can be impacted across the board based on their experiences, and I think we have to be careful and mindful of that. But I don't think a law like this, and when I keep saying a law like this, I'm referring to the underlying law, does anything to help us address those sorts of challenges that children might face growing up in this very difficult and challenging world, and trying to seek answers. So.
Further questions? Representative Ellison.
Just a quick question, a follow-up to Representative Moffat's question. Are you aware of any communist clubs in any schools in New Hampshire?
I am not.
Thank you.
No.
Do we need any more questions on that topic? Thank you very
I'd
much.
like to speak to that.
Okay, we have a question right here, Representative Moffett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative had mentioned my question, and I asked the question because Concord High School, at least in the past, I've seen yearbooks where they have the Communist Club in the yearbook. So that caught my eye, and I don't know, it's in the it was, I don't know if it still is, in the yearbook. So that's where that question came from, and it caught my eye. And my question is, what it had to do with, is it sanctioned? Is there a school advisor for the Communist Club? That, I don't know if that's the case, but that's a question I and others have had to respond to.
I can't speak to that. I have no knowledge of that, so.
Representative Woodcock, do you have a question?
I do, but not for Representative Moffett. Because the school,
No,
the
there's no
the state
question
law is
going
clear
this
on
way.
that.
Go
Oh,
ahead.
yes, for her, exactly.
Yes, go
Yeah,
ahead with
thank
your
you so much,
question.
Representative Moffett.
Go ahead with your question.
Thank you so much for taking my question. I just want to read, and unfortunately the lawyer left. I want to read a statement from the last portion of the ACLU testimony and just get your opinion if you agree or disagree. It says, in schools, we should be allowing ideas to be discussed, even those we do not agree with, so students are exposed to alternative perspectives and are taught to evaluate issues for themselves. Is that something you would agree with or not agree with?
I strongly agree with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. And I made it clear I am in support of this bill. I also want to make clear I'm in support of the prior bill as well. I think 1090, the two bills seeking repeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Emma Savigny?
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me today. I am here in support of House Bill. Just hold on one second. Accidentally giving away too many copies. Good afternoon. I am here representing New Future.
Can you please move the mic a little closer to you?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Better, yes.
I'm here representing New Futures. I am the Children's Behavioral Health Policy Coordinator there. I did forget my badge today, I'm sorry. New Futures is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization that advocates, educates, and collaborates to improve the health and wellness of all New Hampshire residents. New Futures is also the New Hampshire's authorized Kids Count organization. And so we advocate for data-based policies that support Granite State families. New Futures stands in strong support of House Bill 1576 and the previous Bill 1090. This bill would repeal the divisive concepts bills that passed last year and would allow Granite State teachers, students, and professionals to once again discuss, learn about, and ultimately work to address many of the issues that directly impact the health and wellness of Granite Staters. From a public health standpoint, there is a clear evidence that inequalities and disparities disproportionately affect people of color and women across New Hampshire. This is evidenced in New Hampshire Fiscal Policy Institute data that we've cited in our written testimony. According to the U.S. Census Bureau as well, individuals across New Hampshire who identify as African American, Hispanic, or other communities of color report significantly lower income and higher poverty levels than the statewide average. These disparities extend across to education, childcare, housing, and other social determinants of health, and they impact the health and wellness of our entire state. To address these inequalities, it's important that students have the opportunity to learn about the systems in place that encourage these inequalities and learn how to address them in a safe and controlled manner, like in a classroom. They're encouraged to explore historical, cultural, and institutional forces that contribute to and reinforce these disparities. Without learning about these issues and exploring them in the classroom, our citizens nor our state will be able to address them, and we will not be able to support all of our children and families to become safe, healthy, and equitable place we hope New Hampshire to be. For these reasons, New Futures supports House Bill 1576 and encourages this committee to recommend that this bill ought to pass.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the presenter? No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is Giles Bisnay, he's already gone? Well, we'll go to the next person. Is this Art? It's from Kensington. I'm having a, Al, oh, okay, Al. Yep. Keep moving here.
Thank you, and I know it's past lunchtime, and I really appreciate everything that you guys are doing here, and I appreciate your dedication. I know how hard this is, or I can only imagine. First, I want to start out maybe with a little bit of levity because I'm not a mafia kingpin. I'm Italian, right? And this is what happens. 30 years ago, I came to New Hampshire, and we went to Rye to buy a piece of land. And when we did, my wife and I, the real estate agent looked at me and said, "I'm really sorry, but we can't sell, they're not going to sell you the house." And I said, "Why?" And he said, "Well, you're Italian. This is 30 years ago in Rye." And he looked at my wife and he said, "How about you?" She has red hair and blue eyes, Irish looking, but her last name was Scaglione. That wasn't going to work either. So neither to say we didn't move to Rye. But the fact of the matter is, that's what I'm trying to, I understand everybody in this room. I understand what they feel. But it's emotionally based, right? We all come through it. This is the melting pot. This is America. From one come many. And that's what we really have to concentrate on. From one, many. And I know a little bit about CRT and DEIJ. I'm a grandfather. I take care of my granddaughter. And one of the big problems was when she came home one day and she said, "You know what, Grandpa, I don't like being white." I'm like, what are you talking about? You don't like being white? I didn't believe that. And then it was, the one that got me probably even worse was Christopher Columbus, right? Christopher Columbus. Didn't like Christopher Columbus anymore. She's 10 years old. I'm like, what are you talking about? So I took the time to go to the school and look at curriculums and go to school board meetings. I had never been involved before. And I was horrified. Horrified to the fact that, unfortunately, I'm spending a small fortune in a lawsuit right now for a right to know that has been incredibly a huge burden upon my family. But it's impossible to get information. One of the things I did learn is that the curriculums are not there. What happens is it's buried in the teacher training. And the teacher training, when you go look at the curriculum, it's not what they're teaching. They teach the teachers to teach something else. And this gentleman behind us, I would do anything to have my granddaughter have a teacher like that. Oh my God, it would be fantastic. Unfortunately, the ideology is being taught to the teachers, and that's where the problem is. That's where it's happening. I know it well. I sit before you having to spending a small fortune to defend a right to know law in the state of New Hampshire. One thing I want to pass on to you is CRT and DEIJ undermine Dr. King. We all grew up. We're all a product. I look around. We all have, I like to say, snow on the roof, but our boiler's still hot, right? We're all here, but Dr. King taught us. It's what we all came from, right? Character over color. And I don't want people to see me as a mafia kingpin. I don't want anyone to see any of these other people in any other light, just as Americans. From one, many. I will close with, we can't regulate emotion. We can't regulate feelings. But remember, a republic can't stand if it's divided. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the presenter? Not seeing it. Thank you very much. Is Kimberly Cato? Kimberly, you wrote down 15 minutes. We're going to have to cut that down significantly. Pardon me? That's fine. Okay, thank you. Welcome.
I asked for patience and forgiveness. I've never done this before, so I'm not a professional speaker. I'm not a professional in any capacity. I've lived in New Hampshire my entire life. My family came from Canada and worked in the mills. My grandfather was a fireman for 30 years. He went to World War II. I'm here in a capacity just as a mom, a regular mom, who sees what's going on. I have a beautiful 9-year-old son, and I really want to implore to everybody here that this is about the kids in New Hampshire. This is about our children, and they don't deserve to be told that they are oppressors or bad people based on immutable qualities. We should not put up with treating our own kids the way that we would never stand for any other people's kids to be treated. We would never say, oh, you're African, so you need to take responsibility for the cannibalism and genocide that happened in your country, in your continent. You know, to put it on a more personal level, everybody has a story, everybody has a history. What's important is what you do with that history, and I don't think that any of this that's going on right now, I don't think it's accidental that it's happening when most of the World War II vets are gone, because I think they would be ashamed. They would be ashamed at what is happening, and that Americans are not standing up for American principles, which is equality. Everybody should be treated the same, and you should be rewarded or punished on your own merit. That's what America is. And when I have to talk to my 9-year-old because he's in school, and every book that he looks at, there's no white people in it. If there is a white person in it, they're a bad person, or they're stupid, or they're doing something wrong. We would not stand for that if it was a black child, any other kind of person. Right now, everybody's pretending and having this like, well, what is CRT? It's so nebulous. It's very clear and it's very simple. The one thing to remember is CRT is anti-white training. It is training to disparage your own country, and nobody should be disparaging your own country. Everybody has a history. Everybody has a story. Would you tell a drug addict, you did some things, so therefore you have to suffer for the rest of your life or just go die? You would never say that. And our country as a whole, we should be proud of what our history is. We've gone through so much. I really am imploring people to not fall for the emotional manipulation. We need to stand for our citizens and stand for America. The one thing that is observably true is that since this CRT has been brought up and being argued about, violence against white people has increased by multiple factors of 100s. Just some small examples. The Waukesha Christmas Parade, which was clearly a racial crime, intended to kill as many white people as possible. Cannon Henant, a very small young boy who was murdered because he was white. A boy named Emmanuel was thrown from a balcony in a mall. A 12-year-old boy was stabbed in the neck at McDonald's standing in line by a black man. All of these children were murdered by black people who have gone over the edge because they're receiving this CRT anti-white training, which is teaching them that all white people are horrible, all white people are bad, and policymakers are doing everything they can to disadvantage already marginalized and disenfranchised white people. The largest population of people in America living in abject poverty are white people. So you want to have teachers telling these low-income white children, and especially the little boys, they are not born, nobody is born an awful person to be, oh, look, this is white man. This is white man. Well, I don't know about you, but I'm actually proud of white men. I think white men have done great things in this world and done great things in this country. They should be learning that just as much as learning difficult things. Nobody's talking about, you're trying to ruin our freedom of speech. No, what we're talking about here is saying we as parents do not want teachers abusing our children, ruining their self-esteem, and making them feel like there's some original sin that they can never get over. Jesus died on the cross because our sins are forgiven. Everyone's sins are forgiven. And also, I have an uncle, my grandmother's brother.
Excuse me, you're going to have to cut this kind of
That's
short
fine.
here.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's fine. The other thing that is searchable is that this idea of diversity being the greatest strength is actually the greatest weakness. Anybody that's been to prison understands racial violence, understands how things naturally shake out in prisons. Prisons have actually wanted to institute segregation to keep people safe because
Can
they
you
needed
please
to.
wrap it up? We're
Yeah,
getting
I
off the
understand
task.
where you're coming from, and I hear exactly what you're saying. Please stand up for the children. No white children deserve to be taught, if you can call it that, by activists that they're bad or there's something wrong with their country. That is communist and it's anti-American.
Thank
and
you very
it's
much.
anti-white.
Thank you very much. Representative Perez? This guy's going right here.
John's best of that. That'll do it.
Yeah, okay, we're done. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the committee. And again, my name is Maria Perez. I'm a state representative for District 23. Let me put my thoughts together here. First of all, I want to say that I'm very grateful to live in this country. I'm very grateful as an immigrant who flew from the war in El Salvador. And when someone approached me and it told me that they know the pain and the hurt that I went through, and they understand the background, why that I'm here, and why that I migrated from my country. I'm grateful that someone took the time and learned. I'm here to support this bill because as someone who in 2004 worked as a human resource management, I had more than 200 people a week hired as a temporary employers with different backgrounds and different cultures. It is critical for people who have these positions to learn. And it's critical for us when we go to college for human resource management, for business administration, anything like that. It's good for us to learn the history. For me, it was critical to learn the history to get my citizenship. I bet you that many other people who criticize teachers for teaching history, they don't have to go through the citizenship test that we have to go through as an immigrants to get a citizenship. So I'm grateful that the teachers are teaching history because it helps us to understand what a great country this is, full of many different backgrounds, many different cultures. That helps us to be grateful, to learn, and to appreciate every human being. For that reason, I will ask this committee to support this bill.
Thank you very much, Representative. Are there any questions for the representative? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. We do not have any additional cards up here. We have another hearing starting in 8 minutes. But we're going to have a lunch first, so we'll break for a lunch and start later. I'll let you know in a minute.
Representative Ham is out in the hallway, Mr. Chair, just so you know.
Yeah. Welcome again. Turn
Can
the
you hear
mic
me
on.
now?
Thank you.
I'm with Rights and Democracy, but I'm also here speaking as an immigrant, as a proud brown woman standing before you, and as a proud Muslim woman. I wanted to share a few remarks. I sat here and listened to people dismissing scholars and real experiences. I sat here and listened to parents comparing my and my community's real lived experiences as being targeted as terrorists with their experiences of feeling that they're being attacked because of educational beliefs. Not the same. I sat here and listened to people saying they no longer see white people in books. I'm not going to respond to that. You pick up any book and see if that's true. I sat here and listened to people say that black people are killing white people. And you all heard this. I sat here and listened to a gentleman talk about the Italians being attacked, and he is very right and he is very true. The Irish were also attacked. The Jews were also attacked. He is absolutely correct. And I want to remind everyone, all those people that just were mentioned were not considered white once upon a time. The standard was whiteness. I am disheartened when our truths are spoken, people feel attacked. It is uncomfortable to hear our experiences. Why? If it's uncomfortable to hear our experiences, I ask you, imagine how it feels to live it. If all of you are okay with the fact that the majority of people opposing this bill have said what they said, and you will still vote against this, then all I have to say is shame on you. I believe in the goodness of humanity. Let's put party lines aside today, and let's do the right thing. People deserve to share their truths. We live in a country where everyone deserves the same rights. You, and me too. We can get there. We can get there, but we can't get there if we're banning people from speaking their truths. And when teachers are afraid to share our truths, I'm appealing to your humanity today and to say, please pass this law. Enough is enough. We need the multiracial democracy that we're all after. There's space for everyone in this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Not seeing it, thank you. With that, we're going to close the hearing. Okay, are there any people sitting in the room right now waiting for 11:52? No. And Representative Ham's in the hallway. I'll go speak with her. So I think everybody here is deserving an opportunity to at least walk down the hallway and maybe a little farther, but also to put some nourishment and some fluids in you. It's very dry in this room, and get some fluids in you. So we're going to take a break here, and we'll pick this thing up at 25 minutes after. That last person is not the last one here, but the one that was in the back of the room. She went to the black stuff and the white stuff and all that. Yeah. You know, she just couldn't come across.
guess so. Yep.
The state law is very clear on false accusations, like the Bible doesn't.
Yeah, these kids are come in and go, oh. Yeah, you got it, you got to grab them.
The best place to look would be the pink card with freshman classes. Because I know I did not get his name right.
Okay, right. I didn't get it either. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
excuse me, I'm Bonnie Ham. I represent Lincoln, Woodstock, and Waterville, and I'm here to introduce and support House Bill 1152. And what it does is it just clarifies in the law, and it may be in there, but I'm not sure, clarifies in the law that if a student that qualified for an education freedom account funds, that if in the second year the student no longer qualifies for free or reduced lunch, that he would not get the free or reduced lunch. In other words, that we should look at the income qualifications annually to make sure that the student still is eligible to receive the differential aid under the law. And that's all it does, just to make sure they still meet the requirements before they get their reduced lunch.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Thank you, Representative, for.
Oh, there you are.
It's
There
hard.
you
How
are.
you doing? See you again. It's hard to follow that. It is. Just relative to this, what were you thinking that we didn't include that the verification for annual eligibility would be just beyond differential? I mean, if I understand the law correctly, which I may not, but if I do, they verify initially and they're verified for the life of their
Right.
program. Why wouldn't we want to, as well as this aid and any other aid and reduced lunch, why wouldn't we want the law to be encompassing that there'd be an annual review of eligibility for financial?
I think that would be a good idea, to annually check the eligibility from more than one point of view to make sure that they still qualify for their aid. I think that would be a good idea. If there's other types of aid besides the lunch,
Right.
that look at those also.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Ladd.
Yes, further questions? Not seeing any hands. Oh, where? Oh, waving way over there in the horizon. Representative Porter.
I told you, you guys put things in front of me, so I can't be seen. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question.
Thank you.
So I want to make sure I understand. All you're asking in this bill is if in the first year, when a family makes an application and they qualify for free and reduced lunch, that means the amount of the voucher that they receive would include a differential for being free and reduced lunch, that they should check again the second year to make sure
Right.
that they still qualify for free and reduced lunch.
Right.
If they do, all is copacetic. If they don't, then then the amount of aid that they receive might go down.
That's exactly correct. You never know, the student or his family's income might change, so it makes sense to me to check annually, to see.
Follow-up?
So in the public schools, they do that every year?
I believe so. I think so.
Every
So
year you have to put a new application in, right?
I'm fairly sure that the parents apply annually. I'm pretty sure of that. So it would be the same as if they were in the public school, not asking for any more, to have it checked annually.
Yes, Representative Lakis.
Are you aware that every year the parents have to put in a new income and all of their W-2s and whatever every year, and every year the scholarship organization does check, because that's how they determine how much money each student should get each year, and they do this already every year?
That could very well be the case. I just want to make sure it's there, that the lunch is also included in all the other things that they check. Just seems like a fairness issue to me. It's what happens in the public schools, and I would think this is an alternative type education, that the same standard should apply to those that are taking advantage of the Education Freedom Account.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Woodcock?
Just trying to get a clarification, and you may or Glenn may know, I don't know. I'm not trying to pry, I just don't know. Because I was reading, and I just heard what Representative Leka said, but I was reading lines 4 and 5 in this bill, and I thought in the EFA account, I may be wrong, I just want to clarify here. I thought in the EFA accounts that once a student was enrolled at the initial threshold, within that 300 level threshold, that income eligibility maintained itself for the duration of the EFA. I thought that's what it was, and that this bill, that Representative Brennan just dealt with differential aid, but I just heard Representative Leka say just the opposite, that it's annually evaluated. So do either one of you gentlemen know the correct answer?
Well, we could do that in exec session, but I'll let Representative Cordelli give you that response now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think you were correct in that if you look at line 7, no income threshold need be met in subsequent years. Right.
That's right.
What is recalculated is the amount of their grant based on adequacy in any differentiated aid.
Thank you so much, appreciate it.
Yes, that is so. You'd be checking for free and reduced meals.
Right.
And the child may no longer have an IEP too, so there wouldn't be
Right.
any eligibility under the special education as well. Or
Right.
English language learner, etc. Further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Do we have any other cards for this one? Well, that's it. We'll close the hearing and wish Representative Ham a wonderful trip back to Grafton County. It was miserable this morning. Awful. That was.
I sent a note to Nelson and Oliver about tomorrow. So
Yeah.
we know one way or the other.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I do have a question about the question that Representative Woodcock just asked about the income and eligibility under the EFA accounts. I'm confused now. My understanding was that there would be no further check on the income once a family had been accepted into that program. They were in the program, they didn't have to keep verifying their income year after year. But now we just found out that they have to verify their income for free and reduced lunches. So if they don't, I guess I want to know how that can be two different things, and I'm confused.
I think we, in this bill, are mixing some apples with oranges. Eligibility is correct, what Representative Woodcock was saying there. Now, when we talk about adequacy and differentiated aid, that's a different topic altogether, and that will change even in the public school for certain students, depending upon whether they still require that service.
Yes, but if they're looking, in order to do that, they have to look at someone's income.
They send that, it's a form which is sent home. You know how that's done.
Yes, but they still look at income.
Yes, they do, but that's not for qualifying to be in the program. They're already in the program. Now we're looking at and see if they're still eligible to receive the level of food services.
So,
Or that stuff.
Right, so if a parent sends in their income to verify for free and reduced lunch, and the income is too high to qualify for an EFA account anymore, I don't understand how we would not look at that. I don't understand how we're looking at income, but we're not looking at income the second year and the third
Well,
year.
you're not looking at eligibility, and that's what this is. This category of statute we were looking at is, we're talking about eligible student. And we're talking about eligibility at the 300% level.
Right.
That's what we're talking about. We've now injected this other topic in there where I believe if I were writing this statute, I would not have put it underneath this particular area of law. And that's something we might want to discuss when we're considering this in executive session.
It's just confusing to me
We
because.
just have a discussion going on here, which we can do because we're not in hearing.
Right, exactly. So, once the child is accepted into the program, we no longer look at their income ever as being eligible.
We no longer look at their income to see if they're eligible for the program.
Yes,
But
once
we
they're
do look at their income to see how much money they get. Whether they get any additional money or not.
I
Right.
understand that, but my question is, so someone is eligible for the program in the first year because they are 300% of poverty. Year 2, and that might make them eligible for free and reduced lunches as well. Year 2, they're at 400% of poverty, which would make them ineligible for free and reduced lunches, and also makes them ineligible for receiving the program. We're looking at the income, it's the same income.
Because of the way the bill was written, it was intentionally written so that once a child was eligible and started in the program, they did not have to be bumped if their parents made more money. This was an issue I was in the Senate hearing just last week.
Yes.
And heard all of this. Basically, the whole point was you don't have a kid coming in and out of a program based on how well their parents did that year in income.
But they do come in and out of the program for free and reduced lunches if the parent's
Yes,
income.
that's
if
just
the
means.
parent comes in, income comes $5 over the limit, then they're out of the free and reduced lunch program. I mean, we do kick kids out of programs when they're.
Right, but you don't kick them
family.
out of the school. And that's the thing. If a kid is going to a school and using this or some educational program provider, whatever, and finds something that really works, say they're going to the Montessori school and this is what's allowing them, and now the parents make just a little bit more money, we don't kick them out. But then the next year they make a little less, so now they can go to the Montessori school. Once they find a program that works, they get to stay. And that was the whole point of that part of the law. What the checking the eligibility is for the extra money. So say they don't need the special needs aid anymore. Say, all those built-in things that we calculate all the time, they check the income just to see what the calculation is. So eligibility, like he was saying, doesn't make sense to put it here because it's not checking if they're eligible. It's checking just to see how much money they get. That's it. Does that make sense?
Except it's not the way other programs that give government money to people work. That's not how it works. If you earn more money, then you are no longer eligible, and that happens many times for many programs.
But the way this works, we're talking adequacy. There's base cost, which is roughly around $3,700, and then you have the categorical areas, not categorical, but those areas of differentiated aid. Those go to every student in this state, whether it's a wealthy community or a poor community. Whether the family's wealthy or not, they will get this basic adequacy, and if they qualify as a special ed student, they will get the additional dollar for that, and the others too, if they qualify. It's just like if they qualify for special ed.
So if someone comes in to apply for the Education Freedom Account, and their income is 400% of poverty, they don't qualify for the program.
That's
The
correct.
first year.
That's the way it is,
Mm-hmm.
okay? So why would then a person who gets 300% of poverty the first year, 400% of poverty the second year, why would that not phase out then? If the person has enough money then, supposedly, to pay for their tuition to to this school.
It might very well phase out some of the differentiated aid for the student that is in the free reduced meal program. However, there's a lot of other variables that depend upon it. The income of the family can increase, but so can the number of kids in the family increase.
But
So-
that would change according to the poverty level. I'm sorry, it's just.
It's
it just
it's the
seems-
way,
It just seems inequitable to me that someone who is earning more than you need to get into the program doesn't have to worry about it anymore. They could, get come in at 700% of poverty the second year and still be getting state money to send their kids to private school. It just seems.
Because all
I'm
kids
sorry.
get that money. All kids, regardless of
No,
what
because
program you're
those
in.
kids didn't get that money if they had 400% poverty. They did not get that money to get into that program originally.
If you have a student in the regular program and they're at that 400% level, they're still going to get their adequacy and all their differentiated aid they qualify for.
no, I would agree with you that it's not fair, but my solution is, since all the kids that go to public school, that money gets spent for their education, that all the kids that don't go to public school should have that same amount of money. And that disallowing them at 300% is the part that's unfair, because most people are trapped in the middle income area where they can't afford anything and they don't get scholarships. So the 300% is still, what ends up happening is people move above that 300%. Now they're considered middle. They might be low middle income. They might just be making a little bit more, but now they get nothing and they can't afford private school.
And that happens with food stamps, and that happens with help paying for childcare and all those other programs that people have that issue in. is
I
what I'm
agree,
saying.
and I think those should be changed too.
Okay, we're going to stop this debate here and move on with the world. And get on to the next hearing that we have on the docket here today. And that is HB 1241, prohibiting a school district from mandating a COVID-19 vaccination for school attendance. So we're at 1241. Okay, Representative Tom Lanzaro.
Yes, Lanzera.
Yeah.
Yes,
Take the mask off so you can hear me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Good to see you again. I am Tom Lanzera, a representative from Nashua. Come before you to introduce House Bill 1241, prohibiting a school district from mandating a COVID-19 vaccination for school attendance. Throughout history, society has always treated the sick, not the healthy. As biological entities, we have been given an immune system purposed with the task of fighting off those things that cause infection. Proponents of COVID vaccinations often create false parallels between and also the need for vaccinations, denying the case for natural immunity, while casting aside the probability of injury and death. The reasons for this bill are to prevent a denial of bodily autonomy, parental rights, informed consent, and available therapeutics. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for the representative? Yes, Representative Waltz.
Thank you. So I keep hearing this term natural immunity thrown around in here, and I don't understand what it is. Because I look at, for example, Representative Oliver, who would ordinarily be here. He's been boosted, he's had COVID once, and he's got COVID again. So he obviously doesn't have a natural immunity to COVID because he's gotten it twice. I'm trying to understand what natural immunity means.
Thank you for the question. As a first responder, I've been in this particular pandemic from the start. and what some of the experience that came from that. Not has I've seen many different patients, and I've seen the likes of the vaccinated and not vaccinated. But I'd like to really hone in on that this isn't really about being anti-vax. It has to do with the mandate. But the conversation has to involve vaccinations to get to that point. And to clarify, I believe that the common cold, for example, some folks can deal with it better than others. There are need for medical interventions for some people, but not all. And through my personal experience, I've seen that. But I can also follow up with some more information for you if you'd like. Thank you.
As a note for the committee here, we do have Department of Health and Human Services here. And we also have a doctor in the crowd. Well, okay, I didn't know if you wanted to ask the question of DHHS. Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you. Rep. Santana, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you for coming today, and thank you for your work as an EMT. As an EMT, were you required to take certain vaccines?
Some locations do require. I'd rather not divulge my personal medical information for that. For this conversation, though, I can say that we do know of locations, departments, agencies that do require it, yes.
Yes.
So does Nashua Fire and Rescue EMT require vaccinations?
If you'd like, I could follow up with the specifics of those and what would be required, at least by the state, to become a firefighter EMT.
Further questions? Representative Porter.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I think I'm going to follow up a little bit on Representative Waltz. So would natural immunity prevent me from getting HIV?
Thank you for the question. I believe the two are very different, and you would have to have a little more data on on the person also. I'm not certain of any people that have been exposed to it and somehow not contracted that.
Further questions? Representative Mullen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Lanzara, for taking my question. If I'm not mistaken, I think I read in the Union Leader this morning that the New Hampshire Department of Public Health has said that they have no intention of seeking a COVID-19 mandate. Did you happen to read that information, or do you have any information about that?
Thank you for your question. I did not know of that article or information. Just prior to this meeting, I was notified of some of the states, I believe you'll hear that very soon, their take on the mandates in general, if that helps.
Further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you again.
I'd like to invite Gary York, Dr. York.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. I could address the previous questions if you would like or not.
Well, maybe in your presentation you could allude to it.
I will allude to it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I heavily support this bill for prohibiting vaccination for for school districts. A number of reasons. Healthy students, kindergarten through college in our state and across the country, have much milder symptoms to the variants of COVID that we've been exposed to so far. And now that we have Omicron, we have a very mild virus. And people, adults through kids, are suffering much less than the previous variants. We should compare this as a typical seasonal flu as far as symptoms go. This is the way that children will handle these sort of things. And I don't see that we need to add special requirements for a typical seasonal flu. A second reason why we should support this bill is that the risk ratio for children and COVID, and especially Omicron at this point, it does not support an argument for any kind of mandate. And I would refer to the so-called holy grail of medical ethics, the Nuremberg Code. Number 4 tenet of the Code of 10, 4 of 10, specifically states the degree of risk to be taken should never exceed that determined by the humanitarian importance of the problem to be solved by the experiment. There's no reason to have children vaccinated. There was a bill yesterday that included college kids. And again, college-aged young adults are well adapted to handle the exposure to COVID and do very well. But there are some side effects listed that we know are apparent for some of the vaccines, including myocarditis probably being the number one adverse effect that's reported. And again, you're talking about inflammation of the heart and injury to the heart, where the heart is not able to repair itself. It has only so many cells to deal with, and if you expose or if you contact disease of the heart as a young person, you'll carry that through the rest of your time. Another point I'd like to make about this, the COVID vaccines have been shown to be fairly ineffective for a long-term durable symptom, or I should say, it was designed to lessen symptoms. It was not designed to prevent spread from person to person. And as one of the representatives noted, she knew of someone who was multiply vaccinated, boosted, and had COVID once, twice, etc. So they're not as effective as we had hoped. The last, most important point I'd like to share with the committee is that, and I think it's good news for the children, and that is I've come across some data from the CDC that looked at naturally occurring antibodies in children in the 5 to 11 age group. And this was determined from blood samples from all across the country from different laboratories. And the data indicated that in November, December 2020, in the 5 to 11-year-old age group, 18% of that population had natural antibodies. Now, these are people that have not been vaccinated, injected. They are so-called naive in that they've had exposure to COVID, and as children may not have even been symptomatic, but 18% of that population had natural antibodies to COVID. In other words, they likely inhaled in this case, a virus. Their body, all the defense mechanisms of the body, the B cells, the T cells, all the other defenders, found this virus and went to work on preventing the replication of the virus by producing antibodies. These are their own antibodies. So that's what is meant by natural antibodies. And I don't want to spend time on the mRNA vaccines. It's a bit more complicated, but we can talk about it perhaps later. But the good news was 18%. That was December 2020. 6 months later, they did the similar study, and the percent of children in the 5 to 11 age group, the percent that had natural COVID antibodies was 42%. Naturally occurring antibodies already. Fast forward to today, which is maybe 8 months later, and I think it's safe to assume that the number of antibodies is well over 50% in that population, given the spread of COVID. So that's the good news. And I would like to just talk about a minute about flu vaccines, that we have a yearly flu vaccine that we may or may not take, but experts in the medical field try to anticipate and determine which strain of the influenza A, influenza B, influenza whatever, COVID whatever, is going to be coming next season. And it's an estimate, and it's not very good. The efficacy of these vaccines that we take for the flu are less than 50%. So if we consider Omicron a mild flu-like illness, already the children are well protected, more so than any vaccine for a typical flu. So I would just say for this bill, I support this bill. We don't need more mandates, especially for our children. For the safety of our children, I think the thing to do is just to leave them alone. Take off their masks, let them congregate, forget the shutdowns, leave them alone. And let parents make decisions about any vaccines that might be available to take. Thank you. I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Representative Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Doctor, I didn't hear you when you introduced yourself and told us where you were from. And
Oh, I'm sorry. Hopkinton, New Hampshire.
Okay, thank you. And a follow-up? Are people dying from Omicron?
It's very rare to find any evidence of this being a dangerous, and I'm talking about children and adults.
No, I'm talking about why are the hospitals having deaths then if Omicron is not killing people?
I don't have the data for that. Typically, the people that are hospitalized have what's called comorbidities. They have underlying conditions that would predispose them to be sick. But healthy children, for the most part, healthy children, and most of our school children are healthy, are going to do well if they have Omicron.
Representative Cordelli, do you have a question?
We don't have any, I don't think we have any, and I'm just recalling testimony from yesterday from someone who looks at vaccine information. And again, this is not my testimony, but she held up a placard that showed how many people have died, how many children have died from COVID, and that was 0. And that's, I won't say any more about that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Doctor, for being here. Do you know if any of the vaccines have received, and I'm talking about use for children, have received FDA approval beyond emergency use?
I'm not aware of it.
Representative Tanner?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I actually have two parts to this question. The first one is, do children that are infected with COVID, not from the vaccine, but from the infection, develop myocarditis?
It is known. I do not know. I don't think so, but I won't say for sure.
Okay. Well, my understanding is that it's several times found more in children who have COVID infections than it is in children who have myocarditis from the vaccine.
So you're saying that the myocarditis occurs more frequently in the COVID
infections.
infection. It may.
Thank you.
Doctor, I have a question.
Yes.
We have a number of vaccines that are required for entry into public schools.
Right.
There are certain exceptions. Why should this vaccine be placed in amongst the requirements like polio, or why should it not be placed into that category of a required shot?
Well, I think the risk to the population, the patient population, in this case is children, the risk is less than the risk of side effects from the vaccine.
Thank you. Representative Mullen.
Could you elaborate on that? Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Doctor, for taking my question. Could you elaborate on that a little bit? I'm not sure that I understand. I definitely remember being 5 years old and standing in line for my polio vaccine. So I think Representative Ladd's question, if we could sort of ferret out a deeper answer to that, of the vaccines that are currently required to enter school, what would make it okay for us to require those? And why would we or would we not put the COVID vaccine on the list?
Well, I guess I spoke to the resemblance to a flu-like illness. I mean, should we include annual flu vaccines for children? I guess I'm looking at it as that it would be similar to that. Symptoms of COVID symptoms of COVID, I'm saying Omicron with our current variant, are similar to a seasonal flu. So I don't think it's reasonable to expect that kids would get a seasonal flu vaccine yearly.
So may I follow up to where Representative Mullen and I are asking similar questions? So a polio vaccine, is the polio vaccine that I got back in the, I hate to say it, 1950s, the same now as it was then? And would a COVID vaccine given today be the same, I don't want to say the same number of years, but many, many, many years from now? So is there a relationship between why we do have polio shots and then why it may not be wise to have something such as we're talking about?
I think I understand your question. And polio is polio, and COVID deals with mutations of the virus. And so now scientists are trying to determine should we have an Omicron-specific vaccine for the current trend. And they've developed a Omicron-specific vaccine that may or may not work as well as the vaccine that we originally had. There's some studies in primates that suggest that the Omicron-specific vaccine developed for Omicron performs less effectively than the original EUA vaccine. So I think you're going to be looking at a yearly vaccination schedule for our kids, if that's something that would be approved for something like COVID, just as we would for influenza. It's a different recipe.
I think that answers my question. Thank you. Representative Walton and Representative Ellison.
Thank you. Doctor, isn't it true that many vaccines are given not just to protect the person receiving the vaccine, but to protect the population that they come in touch with that may be vulnerable and can't be vaccinated?
That argument has been used a lot, especially for the current situation. But my understanding that a vaccine is taken to protect the individual. And if we take the example of, well, little Johnny and little Susie have to get a vaccine for Grammy and Grandpa. Not really. Grammy and Grandpa need to get a vaccine if they think it works. That's the way I see it.
Have you seen the data that suggests, for example, that grandparents get vaccinated again against whooping cough to protect their newborn grandchildren? That, again, that's one generation being vaccinated to protect another generation. Have you seen that in your medical work?
I would just say that as a physician, my specialty is, I'm not a clinician, I'm a pathologist. I worked as a medical director for a laboratory, hospital laboratory. So and I can't really, I've heard of that. I have heard of that, especially for some people in my age who have grandchildren whose parents are insisting that they get some such vaccine that you're referring to.
And one more question?
Sure.
So I want to make sure I heard you correctly. I thought I heard you say that in the vast majority of cases, myocarditis causes permanent heart damage, yet everything I've read, and even looking up here, suggests quite the opposite, that the vast majority of the cases of myocarditis resolve themselves with no long-term damage, and it's really only a small number of myocarditis cases that actually cause any long-term damage. Did I misunderstand what you were saying?
If you're repeating what I said, and I still believe that it does cause long-term damage, and it increases the lifespan of people who have myocarditis. They have a shortened lifespan on average.
Representative Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Doctor, for taking my question. I think at this point we're down to about 8 deaths a day in terms of COVID in the state, and that's dropping as it should. Do you have a number for how many people a day are dying from the flu in New Hampshire?
I do not.
Thank you.
Representative Porter, then Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, and thank you again, Doctor, for indulging me. So if I am a child that can't get vaccinated, I'm fragile for one reason or another, you don't, and I would need to be protected because those around me were vaccinated. That would be a way that would protect me. I'm not the grandmother. I'm another kid in your class that's got cancer or whatever, can't get the vaccine. Wouldn't that be a reason why we might want to vaccinate children so that they can, the child that can't receive a vaccine is protected?
It might be a reasonable theoretical reason to do it, but we've all seen that the vaccines are not as effective as as we all had hoped they would be.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. York, thank you. On this side. Don't feel bad. You're not the first one today. Thank you. I appreciate you taking my question. The representative that introduced the bill, I think I quoted him correctly, said the conversation is really not about anti-vax, it's about mandates, but this vax is a mandate. And as you went through your testimony, you indicated that you used the same word. You said your concern was this shouldn't be mandated, it should be left to the parent. During the last multiple months, way too many months, We've heard from the governor and from Dr. Chen, and particularly the governor, saying all this should be local. It should be the local districts, local schools, and all these mandatory vaccinations because every district is different, and the demographics of it, you understand that. So my concern is then, if in fact we put this law in place, haven't we perhaps restricted the local districts or the local school areas from responding, and two, haven't we just done what we didn't want to do, which is put out a mandate that said you can't? Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, thank you for the question. I think a mandate, this bill actually prohibits a mandate. So parents still have the right to have their children vaccinated for this particular bill in question. So I don't think that would interfere with that. I think parents, I feel, should be involved in that decision with their children. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you, Chairman.
You're welcome. Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. I've read recently that one of the vaccine companies, I believe it is testing the vaccine on children age 5 and lower, even to 6-month-old babies. Do you have any thoughts on giving one of these vaccines to a 1-year-old or younger?
It scares me, especially with the type of vaccine technology that's being used today. I wouldn't approve it for my children if they were of age to be getting that now, or my grandchildren.
Are there further questions? Yes, Representative Sayo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking the question. Would you say that because we had such short amount of time that these vaccines have been out, and that we're actually maybe experimenting on our kids by giving them this vaccine?
I would definitely say so. I think the rollout of these vaccines came up very fast. We were originally told that it would be a couple years, and the original message was that we have no treatment for this. But I'll throw you a bone of hope and say a vaccine, and a vaccine is the only way to get you out of this mess. And we all held on to that. We had a lot of fear at the beginning, all of us, including myself, including me, had a lot of fear. It was unfounded in retrospect. But the vaccines surprisingly came out in about a year, I think it was. And people were lining up left and right, wanted to be the first in line. So yeah, there's a lot of safety data out there about the vaccine. Unfortunately, it's not as good as we had hoped, but we have the VAERS system, which is the Vaccine Adverse Effect Reporting System, which is thought to be very underreported. And breaking news, hopefully soon, will be evidence from the Department of Defense, which is some whistleblowers have found some very damning evidence that the vaccine injuries in this group of people, that is healthy young adults, has shown marked increase in side effects over the past 5-year period before COVID. We'll wait for that study to come out, and hopefully it will come out and not covered up.
Follow up?
Yes, you may.
Do you think therapeutics have been suppressed because of the vaccine?
That's exactly why the EUA authorization was allowed to be come through anyway. Thank you. Because the only reason for the EUA is because any chance at therapeutic interventions, including protocols by numerous groups across the country, we're having success with vitamin I, ivermectin, and that was lambasted, persecuted, and thrown under the bus. And And that's why the EUA was allowed to stay alive, because there was no reasonable alternative to treatment at the time.
Thank you. Representative Whitcock.
Thank you, Chairman. Doctor, just one more. You caught me by surprise, and I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. You said that you, as regards the COVID vaccine and the COVID incident, that the fear was misplaced. I think that's how you framed it.
Unfounded.
Yeah, unfounded. Okay. We have over 800,000 people that died. So you don't believe that's a founded fear?
Oh, that's a real good cause for fear, for sure. But if the U.S. were to evaluate the data of people dying of COVID and not with COVID, I would suspect, like Italy did with their Ministry of Health, they reduced their number of people dying from COVID from the original numbers by over 90%. So if you believe that if we were correct, our data that tell us that it was more than 800,000 people have died from COVID, but to reevaluate that and to actually classify it as people who died of COVID and not with COVID, with being testing positive. And for sure, these people, most of these people were elderly, had many comorbidities, health concerns. So when I say unfounded, I'm referring to that very statistic that we all were hearing day in, day out.
Thank you. I appreciate, if I may, I appreciate the response. I still find by manipulating the way we go back and look at the disaggregated that data, regardless of that, we know that 800,000 died and had some impact because of COVID. Thank you.
Representative Waltz.
Yes, thank you. So are you telling me that there are tens of thousands of doctors across this country that have lied on death certificates when they said that somebody died of COVID?
I'm not aware of the data and how it was collected, but if you have a death certificate and COVID-19 is on the death certificate, that will be a data point that was likely collected for this number that we're seeing. And if you had COVID, it may have contributed to your death, but by having things like obesity, diabetes, asthma, pulmonary disease, this may have been a contributing factor.
Follow up?
Yes.
And when doctors fill out death certificates, don't they usually note that if there were multiple things involved in the death?
Indeed, that they do.
So if we have 900,000 people who were said that they died of COVID, not that they died of heart disease and happened to have COVID, but they died of COVID, are you suggesting that tens of thousands of doctors are lying when they put that down on the death certificate?
I guess I'm not sure what you mean by lying, but could you clarify, please?
Yeah, not being truthful in what they believe the cause of death was.
I can't speak to physicians filling out reports like that. I'm sorry.
I understand that, but given that we have 900,000 people who are documented to have died of COVID, these are the people that we have documented, not people who just died at home without documentation, but documented cases. And I'm wondering why that's not a valid number, why you question that number, that we've got all these people that have documented the cause of death, and you're suggesting that that's not valid. I'm trying to understand your thinking here, because you're a doctor. I trust doctors. I trust that doctors tell the truth. You have to take an oath. I'm a lawyer. I have to take an oath. We have to tell the truth on what we do.
Right.
So I'm very confused as to how you can possibly say when there's 900,000 documented cases of COVID death that that's not what really happened in this country.
I guess I'm not trying to refute the number. I'm just trying to separate died of COVID or died with COVID. That's all I'm trying to separate.
Further questions? Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr. York, for taking another question. So the difference between dying with COVID and of COVID. If I have diabetes and I contract COVID and I die, that's dying with COVID. Unless I didn't have diabetes, or if I had diabetes and I didn't get COVID and I didn't die, I mean, is this not a semantics issue here?
It is a semantic issue, yes, yes. And my argument is that the population, the vast majority of the population is in the elderly age group with multiple comorbidities.
Thank you very much. Are there any further questions? Yes.
Yeah, one more. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we have the numbers of people before COVID, the average amount of people who died a day? And can we compare that to like the average amount of people who are dying now, including COVID, and then perhaps figure out how much of them, or how much of an increase in deaths there have been from COVID?
Yeah, I mean, that's a complicated calculation for sure. I think there was a insurance group in the western U.S. that recently indicated that there was a 40% increase in all-cause mortality that was not attributed only to COVID. So I don't have any numbers to share with you, but certainly going forward, there are data being collected for looking as we go forward, and then look backward as to trends for all-cause mortality, death, and as it relates to COVID death and other death data.
Not seeing any further questions. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you.
Alicia Houston?
Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to speak, representatives. I am speaking in support of HB 1241, and there's a couple of reasons why. I am a mother of 2 children in the Nashua School District. I have given testimony on other things before. This is something that I am very, very passionate about. I'm their mother. And even with the existing vaccinations, there are pathways for exemptions. And I know that there have been a lot of situations where people have mentioned local control and not wanting to oversee that. As somebody coming from Nashua, I am pleading with you, please make it so that these people cannot mandate this vaccine for attendance to public school. Under the state law and federal law, you have to give children access to free, appropriate public education, especially students who are in special education. I have a child with an IEP, and I'm struggling at this point to even get a mask exemption granted, which was provided by his pediatrician, let alone having a vaccine. The issue that we're running into here is choice. And that's something that I don't hear a lot of people talk about. It seems like in that last part of this conversation, we've gone kind of totally off the rails. And the issue at hand with this bill is prohibiting school districts from forcing COVID-19 to be one of the required vaccinations for attendance at school. Now, I don't know if anyone is a parent or a grandparent, but there have been a lot of correlations here that are not accurate. If your child has chronic ear infections and they tell you that we have this vaccine that will stop this, we have no idea what it's going to do 10 years from now. And then while they're testing it, you find out that because you have a female daughter, it may mess with her ovaries. It may discount the amount of eggs that she was born with. You may possibly make your child infertile. You may sterilize your child. But We can't guarantee whether or not this ear infection is going to go away or it's not going to go away, but you have to get this so that other people don't get this ear infection. Because now it's communicable. It sounds ridiculous for other people to be telling me what I need to do with my children and their health decisions in order to attend a right to public education is absolutely astounding. I'm not anti-vax or pro-vax. I'm pro-parental choice and guardian choice. For you guys as a committee to stand behind 1241, that speaks volumes. Why? Because we're limiting the requirements for children to have to get a vaccine that we don't know the long-term effects. If you are allowing these districts to make this COVID vaccine a mandatory vaccination to attend public school, who's going to be held liable for any vaccine injuries? Is it going to be the school districts? Is it going to be the state? Who's going to take out that insurance policy? The issue here is you're taking a situation where there's a 99 or 99.999% survival rate for children, and it is not my responsibility, and I'm going to be the least popular person in this room right now, probably if anybody's listening, it is not my responsibility to inoculate my child to protect someone else. It just isn't. It is not my responsibility to lose my rights because someone else is afraid that they might possibly get sick. We have been doing this for 2 years. It's enough to force this mandate on a vaccine that now they're going through testing, and the NIH, again, has quietly been studying the effects of this vaccine, and we could go down that rabbit hole, but we're not going to. The main concern is, don't tell me that I have to vaccinate my children to attend public school so that you feel protected. If you have a child who is immune compromised, you have absolutely every reason in the world to keep your child protected. It is not my responsibility as a citizen. It is not my responsibility as a person. I live in the United States of America. I have a freedom of choice. And by not prohibiting this and by not supporting 1241, you are again limiting our freedom of choice. Thank you. I yield to questions. I always wanted to say that. Sorry.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you
for
very
your
much
time.
for being here. Next, we have Lori Ortolano.
Good afternoon. My name is Lori Ortolano. I'm from Nashua as well. My children are grown, but I am very concerned about this legislation. And I'm very concerned about what we're doing to legislate and try to force vaccination onto a population that doesn't need it. So I support HB 1241 to prohibit this requirement. I think we need to protect the rights of parents and young adults to exercise informed consent for medical decisions, particularly when they involve experimental treatments. As we come out of this pandemic and peel away at the fear messaging, I'm concerned that we're going to learn that medical ethical standards were compromised for corporate profits and government control. How are parents supposed to effectively safeguard the rights for their children when unvetted, unsubstantiated data has been harmonized into a message that eliminates choice? It appears that scientific debate has been eliminated. The absence of this debate on COVID treatment created a fear that focused us on dying. If the real message of viable treatment protocols, vaccine injury, and possible death from vaccines were broadcast on major media networks, information, choice, and knowledge would have mitigated a lot of this fear. Something is terribly wrong when the government denies us this type of information. Anyone with a message that created vaccine hesitancy was reputationally destroyed. Experts, we could not get a balanced view. There are too many pandemic legislative packages being pushed through right now that have eliminated medical bioethics. Thinking people, and more importantly, parents and young adults, need to be able to ask why and how questions. The active manipulation and management of pandemic data is stunning. I think when history memorializes all of this, we're going to hold our heads in disgust and recognize that 3 generations of health have been compromised. And there were a few things mentioned about natural immunity that were brought up here. There's a couple things I'd like to speak to. The big concern I have is that when all of this started, the doctors did not seem at all interested in performing the tests on the people coming in with COVID or before promoting vaccinations to see if they had natural immunity. They did not collect that kind of test data. They weren't interested in. My neighbor takes her dog to the vet and gets it titered to see if it has immunity so it doesn't get vaccinated. And that's readily available. They weren't doing it for us for this pandemic. And I think that's how we could look at natural immunity and understand it. I know people who have had natural immunity for 18 months that have had COVID, and they get it checked every 6 months. So the number of deaths, when we talk about whether that number is real, what we're not talking about is the fact that we failed to offer proper treatment protocols early on. We restricted off-label medications. COVID is an inflammatory disease, and we've known how to treat inflammation in this country for 40 years. How did we miss the broad side of the barn? Because we had pharmaceutical companies that were working on expensive new developments that instead of costing pennies for a dose, cost $1,000 or $2,000 or $3,000 a dose, and we had to do it that way. They were forced. So those numbers, I think, would have been a lot lower had there been choices out there. Myocarditis that was brought up. While I was sitting here listening to what are the reports, I Googled on my phone. I'm always interested in data. What does the data say about myocarditis caused by COVID-19 infections? I couldn't find any data online. What it said is there wasn't certainty that it was linked. You can find more data on myocarditis with vaccination online, but I couldn't find the other. So that's a problem. There's not a balanced view of data that I could get online. The concept, and I'm going to be as unpopular as the lady before me who spoke, that we need to inoculate all of the children to protect some other child that might have an illness is just not fair or reasonable. I went to my Board of Aldermen chamber 2 weeks ago, and the masking debate was running hot and heavy. There's a lot of people who want the mandate taken down. And one of the aldermen said, hey, I have a 2-year-old who's not vaccinated. It's your responsibility, Nashua, the entire city, to keep your mask on for my 2-year-old. What they fail to realize is their 2-year-old is more at risk of dying in a bicycle accident than from COVID. Should we mandate that no child can ride a bike? And for that matter, all adults shouldn't either because it would hurt the child's feelings? We need to stop this. I am so opposed to this mandating and regulations that are being laid down on this pandemic because I feel like we lost our minds. We rushed. We went 100 miles an hour. No one put the brakes on to say, wait a minute, let's take a look at this. And I think it's starting to roll out. These doctors that were shunned are now being invited to Europe to speak to, presidents and prime ministers about, what's really going on with their data over there. Okay, the United States not going to lead on this anymore because I believe we really sullied our reputation. And we're not going to be some preeminent medical group that is going to have the answers when something major happens. We're not going to we don't shine bright through this at all. And I, at this point, and I wore my mask like my underwear. I flippin' believed in my mask 3 weeks before anyone else did. I shed my mask in December after doing more research. Done. And while Nashua has a mask mandate, I don't shop in Nashua anymore, although I live there. I don't. I go to the surrounding towns.
Lori, can I just interrupt you for a second, please? We have just gotten a message that we have somebody from Health and Human Services here, and they have to leave, but they have a little bit of information for us.
Go
Then
ahead.
we can have you come right back.
There's no problem.
I'd appreciate that.
Thank
I
you very much.
apologize.
Not at all.
But we have some technical advice here that we'd like to hear
Perfect.
from them. Thank you very much. Abby Rogers?
Good morning. Good afternoon. My name is Abby Rogers. I'm the legislative liaison for the Division of Public Health Services, and I really appreciate the last person who testified giving up her time for me to come in for a minute. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for the accommodation.
Yeah.
I wanted to I'm just here briefly to provide some information about HB 1241. The way that the department reads the bill is it would prohibit individual school districts from mandating the COVID-19 vaccine. Currently, the school district, as we have read the bill and reached out to the Department of Justice, does not currently have that authority. So it would be mandating something that, prohibiting something that they don't have the authority to do right now. And we just wanted to point that out. So under 141C20, the Commissioner of Health and Human Services, through rulemaking, can add conditions to the school requirement to attend school. So we just wanted to clarify that the authority is under the Commissioner of Health and Human Services under 141C20, and currently on our outreach with the Attorney General's office that they did say that individual school districts do not have the authority to mandate any vaccines, and that's what I was here to provide today. If there are any questions.
Thank you very much. That's clarification. Representative Mullen?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Abby, for coming in this afternoon. Am I correct? Did I read something in the paper this morning that says that the public health offices have said that there is no plan for mandating a vaccine for school-age kids?
That's correct. We testified yesterday on a bill in House HHS. We do not have any plans at this time to mandate the COVID-19 vaccine for school-age children. If we were to do that, it would be under when the resources and the time is right to do that. We don't feel that that's necessary at this time.
Yeah, Representative Bowman, then Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. So you said, so what does one do if their school district is mandating it? What their resource that the people can take, since you said they do not have the authority to do it?
Thank you for the question. My understanding is individual school districts do not have the authority to mandate vaccines. They can make recommendations about masking and testing in schools, but right now they don't have the authority to do that. So I don't think a school district would go ahead and try to do that.
Well, if a school district does, what can somebody do to stop the school district from doing it?
Well, according to 141, RSA 141C, only the Commissioner of Health and Human Services has that authority to add vaccines to school recommendations for requirements for school. So it would be against state law for them to do that.
Okay, are there any other questions from the department? Yes, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon, Ms. Rogers. So are you saying then that this House Bill 1241 is not necessary?
From the way that the Department of Health and Human Services reads the bill, yes.
All right, thank you.
Are there other questions of the department? Thank you very much, Abby.
Thank
Appreciate
you for the
it.
accommodation.
We're going to invite Lori back. Have a good afternoon, Abby.
I'll be super quick. I want to talk about boards of health. Nashua is a big city, and we have a board of health that has what I consider 3 pretty qualified people on it, and that 2 are doctors and 1's a dentist. Internal medicine, pediatrician, and a dentist. Most boards of health for small communities consist of the fire chief. Our surrounding area, it's the fire chief. Litchfield, it used to be the building inspector, was the board of health person too. So a lot of small communities don't have the expertise of a talented board, degreed in some level of medicine. The Board of Health in Nashua has been the most frustrating thing to deal with for me. They don't answer questions. In the last 4 meetings, they canceled public input twice. They have never held a forum to allow questions. If you email them in and ask them to put them on the agenda and discuss them, they're ignored. If you want to challenge some of the things that are being stated, like they're pushing boosters for all children, Why are we pushing a booster 2 variants past now on children? What's the point of that? We had 2 hospital executives come in at the last meeting and state that based on what they're seeing in our local hospitals, that those coming into the hospital, it was a 50-50 split. 50% had the vaccination, 50% didn't. So when the Board of Health said, hey, are you seeing all these unvaccinated people filling hospital beds? Both executives said, no, it's equal. The second question was, well, are you seeing a benefit in the recovery and the level of sickness for those who are boosted? And they said, no, it's negligible. So these boards of health are ours in Nashua is so frustrating. The minutes came out from the last meeting in probably 125-point font. The first header on the minutes said, no public comment. That shouldn't be the bolded comment of your meeting. This
Well,
has...
we don't want to be talking about a Board of Health or a health officer. We want to be talking about this bill.
Okay, so this is why I think this bill is important for Nashua. Because I don't think Nashua will listen to DHHS, or if there's any level of interpretation that's allowed in law, Nashua will interpret it in their own method and come up and say, nope, you know what, we have the right, and we'll do it. It's been one of the most stringent areas for closure, 13 months of school closure, masking all year long with no break at all. They take it to the extreme. So to me, this bill is very important. And I think the vaccine served a purpose for the older population from the get-go. This older population should have been vaccinated. The data showed that. But for the younger population, I can't see where it ever showed that. And I'm not even certain, regardless of the bill, why we push that so much now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much. Have we done this card yet? No. Allison Dyer?
Hi, I'm Allison Dyer. I'm also from Nashua. I think this bill is necessary, and now I'm slightly confused after Abby spoke, because I thought this bill was necessary because Representative Marsh put in 1633 to require it through 141. So to me, as a parent, this is not political, it's parental, and this is necessary to protect my rights as a parent and my directive to, the due process clause, where I direct the education and upbringing of my child that's in my direct care. So that would be that. I'm a child of the 80s, so I'm kind of looking at this like, how I came up and what has changed now. I'm not really sure what's different about COVID-19. That, as the lady before me spoke, that we kind of all have just lost our minds. I mean, I'm the child of a nurse. She's been an ICU nurse for 47 years. I myself work in healthcare on the administrative side. I'm confused by all of this necessary push. I was confused with the HB 1633, and because of HB 1633, I felt like 1241 is absolutely necessary. As the mother to a 7-year-old, I have thought the immune system since I was a kid was a wonderful thing, and I know there's been some question about, natural immunity and things of that nature, but my child has never had the traditional COVID test, whether that be PCR and whatnot, but she has had a COVID antibody test. She's had 2, and she's had 2 in 13 months, one after 6 months, and then another 7 months later. And her COVID antibody test has shown reactive this entire time. And if you all check your emails, I have sent you 13 months of reactive antibody tests for a 7-year-old. And I'm not even quite sure when she actually was sick, because she has environmental allergies. I thought maybe it was an allergy cycle. But I wanted to know. And my pediatrician said to me that I was the first parent to ask for an antibody test. She wasn't even quite sure how to order it. And that's sad to me, because when I think of, I have a few friends who have adopted children from other countries, and they come here, those kids have no medical history. When they get here, we don't just start inoculating them and giving them immunizations, we take a whole picture of that child. We you know, we'll do lab work, we do scans, we do all those types of things for a reason. And then we make a vaccine schedule based on what that shows, what the blood work shows, what the scans show, all of that. We don't want to just guess. So for me, I wouldn't want to just guess, and as I think some other people have stated too, that the FDA Advisory Committee, Dr. Rubin, who also is the lead editor for New England Journal of Medicine, said we're never going to learn how safe this vaccine is until we start giving it. That doesn't give me a lot of confidence as a parent who has been tracking the fact that my child is showing reactive COVID antibodies for 13 months. And I myself, I donate blood every year, which is how I found out I myself had COVID. They sent me my blood results in the mail and said, you had COVID, I have COVID antibodies. So I said, oh, this is a good thing to track. I'll do this little experiment on myself. And I have done that every 6 months. I have had a COVID antibody titer pulled, and I still show reactive, and I haven't been sick. And I understand that that is not everyone's story. That's not everyone's case. But I haven't been sick again, and I haven't given it to anybody that I'm aware of, and neither has my child. And why this is good is because for all of history, until COVID happened, we've kind of thrown that out the proverbial window of things that we used to trust in things like, you know, I mean, even the CDC website talks all the time about the MMR and chicken pox and things like that. I had chicken pox. I didn't have the chicken pox vaccine. I understand that things like, you know, the COVID is different. It's like HIV is a retrovirus. So like, it's not going to be the same type of thing. But this bill is in response to something that someone else in this legislature is trying to do. And it's going to be the protection. And again, I know I'm from Nashua, and a couple of people here are as well, but they're right. Nashua, whether it's the Board of Education or the Board of Health or whatever, will find a way to try to do this because and they feel that it's right. I'm not really sure what they feel or what they think, but you know, as a parent, we're in a place now, which is very sad because earlier today we testified on the Parents' Bill of Rights. It's sad right now. I'm in a place where I need your help as the legislative people to protect my rights as a parent so that I can still send my child to school. Our own New Hampshire vaccine schedule, as you all are aware of, it lists natural immunity as in lieu of, if you can prove through laboratory results that you have natural immunity, then you don't need this vaccine, and you submit that to your kid's school. That's what my parents did for me. I dug it out of the cabinet the other day to look. I said, what did you put down? What did you write for me with chicken pox? And it's there. She included my lab titer test, and I went to school, and that was no problem. And I'm sad to be here today to ask you to just let us keep our parental ability. With risk, there must be choice. And right now I feel like where someone like my daughter is showing the natural immunity for the length of time that she is, if it ever wanes, and you know, as someone who's worked in healthcare, the flu vaccine was mandatory, but had been out and FDA approved for 7 years. We had 7 years of data to look at. If in the future we get 5, 7, 10 years data set to look at for these kids, and we can see that the risk-benefit ratio is there, let's look back at it. But right now, I'm asking you to support this because if 1633 goes anywhere, which I'm now, like I said, I'm a little confused as to what that means, what Abby said, then we need this. And I'm asking for your help with that. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you very much. Do we have any more cards? Good. So we're going to close this hearing. That was our last hearing for today, and this committee is going to go into, we're going to call the commissioner up and get him over here now. He was here waiting for us. So I'll call him up. So let's take about a 15-minute break for him to walk over from the Ag building, and we'll be ready to go. Okay, we're going to be doing that right now anyways. Yeah, so when he's over here, we'll just do a poll.
There he is.
And then we have a couple folks from the DOE too that are here on one of those. We want to start off on the committee. Yeah, good, good. Okay, we're going to start here in about a couple minutes. Okay, folks, I know it's been a long day, but we're going to continue now. We're very fortunate to have the Commissioner of Agriculture here and Marketing. And he's going to speak to us a little bit about we have two bills this afternoon. He's going to speak to 1164. This is a bill revising the Agriculture in the Classroom Committee. A bill which I didn't know much about. I didn't even know we had such an organization before this bill came forward. And Sean, do you want to speak at all to it first? Or I'm sure there may be a few questions that come from.
I would. So first of all, my sincere apologies to the committee for missing the original hearing on this. I just had things going in so many different directions, and I actually thought that Wednesday was Tuesday, so I showed up on the hearing. I showed up for the hearing on Wednesday thinking it was Tuesday. So that's what happened to me, and I apologize for that. Well, you should know me well enough, Representative Porter, to believe that that's true. That's all right. So the interesting thing here is that there has been an agriculture in the classroom committee for many, many years. And I don't understand the full history, but that has existed as a separate nonprofit organization, but within its charter, they have the governor making all these appointments. Well, of course, a nonprofit can't tell the governor to make appointments. And then, a number of years ago, the state Ag in the Classroom Committee was formed, having governor making appointments. Essentially, the same people were involved. So if you looked at their charge and you looked at their membership, they were identical, but essentially the two never met. So what I have done at this point with the cooperation of the governor's office was actually have the appointments made under, what is the RSA number here? The appointments have been made for the most part. There's some under RSA 42525. Most of the appointments have been made, at least to the degree that the organizations have existed or been cooperative. So we've lined things up. But the problem is with the existing board is they said, well, we have to be a nonprofit. And for good reason, because one of the things that Farm Bureau has been very gracious in doing as part of their dues, $1 from their dues goes to Ag in the Classroom. And they also allow for additional donations to be made through their Farm Bureau membership. And so and other donations come in, and so having the ability to be a nonprofit is very important to the actual operation of Ag in the Classroom. So working with the Attorney General's office and the existing Ag in the Classroom committee, we found a way to merge the two and finally have just one organization that accomplishes the goal of what the state was looking for and for what the nonprofit is looking for. Some of the organizations that were listed were non-existent. There is one mistake that ended up in this bill. So if you have the numbered pages, it's line 28 of essentially the first page, and it says a representative of the New Hampshire Plant Growers Association. The Plant Growers Association nominally exists, but they don't actually have an active membership, and they exist for some other reasons, but not as an active membership. What we would like to have put into place, which is G, would be in place of the Plant Growers Association, the New Hampshire Fruit Growers Association. They are active participants in this organization. So that is the only change that I would ask you to make, and I submit myself to any questions or criticisms that you might have.
Well, thank you very much, Sean. And of course, our first questioner always is Representative Porter over there. Hi.
Are you actually calling on me?
I thought you.
Yes, I will. I will ask you a question. So is it usual that we have a nonprofit that's also a commission that has commissioners appointed by the governor? Is that I mean, it seems different to me than the other commissions that I've known of or been part of.
It is different. Yes, it is. But the Attorney General's office did find another example to use. So it's not, this would not be the only such thing. So they're a committee of the state, but they are allowed to operate in this manner as a nonprofit. Oh, and I didn't mean to mention one thing. Currently, within the Department of Agriculture budget, there is an appropriation, I think it's at $15,000 or $16,000 a year to the Ag in the Classroom Committee, which was one of the issues that I had once I figured out that there were these two separate organizations. I felt technically I should be making the donation or the appropriation to the committee that actually wasn't functioning, yet for as long as our records show, we've been making it to the other. So that was part of the issue as well. And so I said to them, need to make this change, and probably if we can't make this happen, then I probably shouldn't be supporting the active organization, because I don't think that's legislative intent, but it's just been a mess. And this seems to be the only way to straighten out the mess and accomplish everyone's goals.
Go ahead.
So it has funding, and it also accepts donations,
Correct.
and does it have a budget and all that
It
kind
does.
of stuff?
It does.
And is that information all like online somewhere for us to see?
I don't know about I don't know about the budget. I mean, it is public information, but I don't think that on the website, and there is an Ag in the Classroom website, I don't think the budget information is there. But they do filings, so I haven't looked into that detail. And certainly because I'm a member of both boards, I do see all of that information.
Representative Tanner, do you have your hand up down there?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I was wondering how the goal of this group and this committee is different from the UNH Extension Service?
Thank you for the question. UNH Cooperative Extension provides education to farmers, really, to people who are actively engaged in agriculture, or to homeowners. But the goal of this organization is to get children interested in and aware of what's going on in agriculture at a young age. So, for instance, there's the Remick Museum, which is one of the places I went to with Ag in the Classroom. And they do these tours. I've also been to Deerfield, where it wasn't an Ag in the Classroom per se, but where they bring farm animals into the schools and the kids learn about them from farmers. So this is strictly educational in terms of what farm animals are and what farming is about, versus cooperative education, cooperative extension, which would teach about plant diseases and how to properly plant and help people with questions. So there really are two totally different things. And hopefully, the kids who get an interest here would be interested in youth organizations such as 4-H and FFA. So it's really to grab their attention at a very young age, because these are grade school kids primarily. Although the charge goes beyond that, but with the limited resource, it's more at a younger age.
Representative Woodcock, did you have your hand up?
I did, Chairman. Thank you so much. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for taking my question. In line 17, but you don't need to look. I can tell you what it says. It just says you have an education director when funding allows. Is there currently an education director, and what is the funding for that level?
Part-time.
Yeah.
I don't know what her salary is right now, but it is a part-time position that is funded through the monies coming in from the state, because there are educational materials that we provide, and there are things that the committee provides. But most of the money, I think, right now that comes in does go to support the one person who's getting paid there, to coordinate, to set up the events, and it is a lot of work to get these going on. And obviously, in the last couple of years, it's been difficult to get districts to let.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Secretary. I wasn't questioning the needed position.
Yeah.
I was questioning because it sounds important. But I was questioning when it said when funding allows. I could see, well, not this year, next year. That was my only concern.
It's been consistent, and it has been one individual for a number of years, as long as I can remember.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman Ladd.
I notice on page 2 of the bill, there's a part O on line 11. Any additional members appointed by the majority vote of the committee. So the committee can expand itself if he wants. Is that correct?
Except to the degree that if you go to, where's the line? It does say up to 20. So if you add up all of the current authorized positions, there are 4 who are by virtue of office, and then an additional 10 from various organizations. So that would only allow 6 additional people to be appointed by the committee. I've sort of gone back and forth on that on my mind. One of the things people have said is, well, why have the committee not make the appointments? I find those relationships to be a little bit incestuous, being on a few where it's just self-perpetuating, and there's not really a lot of opportunity for others to come in. So I think the process that we use, where organizations make a nomination and the governor looks at them, works well. And I think by having another 6 that the committee could put on, there are other people who may not represent any of these areas, and we do have some now to allow the committee to put those on. It's still going to be a minimum of, 14 to 6. So I think it strikes a good balance of the concerns that others have had.
Representative Lakers.
Since this is something we really don't know anything about, can you give us a number of examples of things that the people are doing? What kind of
Sure.
education, et cetera?
So every year, and I think this is around the 3rd or 4th grade level, that they primarily have been focusing on. So there are books that we purchase for younger kids, and they may be even younger than that, to get out into the schools, that are relative to about agriculture, and they provide those books and other materials to teachers who are willing to participate. And obviously, you can't get everybody participating, but we work very hard to, and DOE does take an active role in the committee currently. So we get the informations out into the schools, set up as many of these field trips as we can, close to various districts where they come in, hopefully to active farms, such as the Remick Museum, or anybody else who's willing to host, and get those kids there. And
Thank
so
you
it's
very
really
much.
it really is about educating kids about ag.
That's cool. Thank you.
Representative Walsh is going to ask you an attorney-type question.
Uh-oh. I plead the 5th.
Go for it.
Line 8 says, "The committee shall be a not-for-profit voluntary corporation under RSA 292, and shall possess all the general powers of a non-for-profit corporation." Can you tell me any place else in the state that the state has a nonprofit corporation serving as a committee, and why is this bill structured this way?
I can't. What I can tell you is I did send this to the AG's office to say, will you please write this language so that we can function this way? And they did. I'm not a lawyer. I used to play one in the legislature, but
I still do.
yes. So I didn't look into this terribly in depth, because that didn't really matter to me. The goal was what mattered here, not how they got there. I trusted the AG's office to do what needed to be done. Again, the important part was to reconcile the fact that we have 2 separate mirror organizations, except that the one that was established in 42525 doesn't have the ability to function as a nonprofit. And so the one that is already established, long established as a nonprofit, needed to be able to continue, in my belief, in order to get the state appropriation and in order to be set up the way they intended. Again, going back to the fact that they had the governor making all these appointments, and the governor's never made them, so they weren't even following their own guidelines. I went in at one point and said, okay, there are only 2 legal members of the committee present, myself and the representative of the Department of Education. And so this brings that all together, allows the function to continue in a unique way that I believe serves everyone well, but particularly serves the children who we're trying to reach in the appropriate manner. So this isn't something I dreamed up in terms of the language. This is directly from the AG.
Mr. I actually have a question for you. Can we get somebody from the AG's office in to explain this? Because I don't know of any place else in the state government we have a nonprofit corporation. And I'm trying to understand why we're expanding government into a nonprofit corporation. It just seems like a strange setup to me.
I don't know if Jonathan would want to come up here or not, do you think? We could try.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah. I've got a question for you. Do you have a question, Dave? Go ahead. Have you ever given any consideration to involving the State Fair Association, seeing they work with 4-H and all that other, and be a good way to integrate some of the purpose and responsibilities of this into grades 3 and 4?
I have not given that any thought, Representative Ladd. Certainly not opposed to it. It's been very difficult to get people involved, and as you and I know very well on the bill that you sponsored, we didn't even have anybody show up for that hearing. So I'm not sure how active the State Fair Association is. I am, and, you know, unrelated to this, I am working to make sure that if your bill makes it through the House next week and goes to a second committee, that there will be representatives from the State Fair Association. But it is difficult sometimes to get organizations involved in things outside of their scope. So I don't have a good answer for you on that.
Representative Luno?
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. And Sean, it's great to see you.
Good to see
so
you.
Thanks for being with us this afternoon. When you were addressing Representative Walz's question about why essentially a government-based nonprofit as opposed to a 501c3 type nonprofit, and I think I heard you say so it could basically take state appropriations.
Well, yes, I think because we could leave it alone and just eliminate RSA 425.25, and then I suppose the appropriation could still be made to this organization. They
Through like the Farm Bureau or something like that?
Currently, the FFA receives a donation from the state, same amount of money. So Ag in the Classroom and the FFA to their association get the same level of funding.
Yeah.
But because this exists in RSA 25, 425, it didn't seem as though the appropriation that has been going to the shadow organization, that was really proper.
Sure.
And I do think because, we should have the Commissioner of Education and the Commissioner of Agriculture on this. Again, it would be, how do you tell a nonprofit that they're going to put certain people on their board? And how does that happen? And I think the structure of who's on the board is good. And I think the fact that it's not, as I said, incestuous is good. So I think it makes a lot of sense, even though it may be a little bit different, but it's essentially how it's been organized, just not in a way that really checks off all the boxes that it should.
And a follow-up on that, not to hold you to the dollars and cents, but, bigger than a bread box, smaller than an elephant. Do you remember when and how much the last state appropriation was to this program?
I think it had been, I think we're at 15,000 this year, going to 16,000, and I think it had been at 13 or 14 for a number of years. There had not been any increase in the appropriation for many years.
So it's very nominal state
Yes,
appropriation.
it is. Yes.
Yeah. And then finally, just a comment, because we've had a whole day of these hearings. The committee certainly wouldn't be promoting things like organic farming or discriminating against Roundup and stuff like that.
No, the committee is strictly.
It's not a question.
Yeah. Committee is truly just about educating about what farming is, really.
Right. No. And in all seriousness, I come from an agricultural family that did do organic farming. So thanks very much, Sean.
Representative Porter?
Mr. Chair, thank you. And you shocked me so much before when you called on me that I lost the answer that you had given me, Representative. You started out by saying there were two. The other one there was nobody on it and it was not functioning at all, or did you join the?
Yeah, no. The one that was established under 425.25 was not functioning at all.
Were there any members or anything?
No, the governor had never made an appointment because apparently no commissioner of agriculture had ever asked him to. And on the other hand, the the bylaws of the one that was functioning also called for the governor to make those appointments, but you can't have a private organization telling the governor what to do.
Yeah, yeah.
And so what they had been doing was reaching out to members of those organizations, in most cases, but not all, and appointing somebody on their own. So it was a violation of their own bylaws, but their own bylaws made no legal sense. So I was scratching my head for a long while trying to figure out what I was going to do with this mess.
Okay. Are there any other questions of the commissioner? Anybody still scratching their head? Yes. Well, thank you very much, Sean. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Okay, so I don't think is there any more discussion on this particular bill? It's not an early bill, so we have a little bit of time here. Pardon me? They're not here. No, we'd have to get them. We got some time, yeah, and across the street, we'll have to, yeah. Yeah,
Chairman Ladd, and I can give you the contact information of the person at the AG's office who was my.
I'll get together with you then.
Yeah, I think there are a couple that may have worked on, but I'll give you the primary.
That'd be good. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll stop this work session on this particular bill and then move over to the second bill, which we have 1657, establishing a new farm-to-school reimbursement program. Does everybody have a copy of 1657 there? And we have some technical support here. I see Mackenzie Snow, I see Diana Fenton, and others from DOE. So, welcome, Mackenzie and Company. Establishing.
Thank you, and we're here to respond to any technical questions that the committee might have. Again, my name is Mackenzie Snow, Division Director of Learner
You're
Support.
going to have to get that a little closer to you, Mackenzie.
Again, my name is Mackenzie Snow, Division Director of Learner Support.
And Kelly Rambo, Administrator for the Program of Nutrition Services.
Okay, so we're dealing with a bill here which deals with farm-to-school reimbursement. It's a program, and there's different tiers. Does anybody have some questions for the department on this thing right now? No questions? Everybody's trying to catch up. I know they're trying to read it. And yes, go ahead, Representative Mullen.
I just like the Department of Ed to feel welcome in our committee room all the time. Thank you for taking my question. Obviously, you guys have looked at the bill. Care to share some thoughts on what your impression is of the bill and the program as it's been suggested?
Thank you for the question, Representative Mullen. So we, of course, do not have stances on bills, but we're happy to respond to technical requests from the committee. We previously provided testimony on this bill related to the implementation considerations, specifically for the New Hampshire Department of Education and school districts in implementing this proposal.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Representative Mullen.
With regards to the implementation of the program, could you remind us what you shared with us when you were part of the full day of madness and sort of highlight, if you have concerns, what those concerns are about implementation?
Sure.
So currently we have 480 schools that are in the National School Lunch Program. So all of those schools would have the opportunity to provide in this program. And that would take an additional 1 to 2 program assistants to implement on the back end of claiming, tech support, anything along those lines, as far as the state is concerned for that.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies. Thank you for coming back. For the layman here, can you just give me the easy layman summary of how the money is distributed from the school? How does the school district actually get the money?
Sure,
Thank you.
for claiming purposes.
Yes, please.
It's a reimbursable program, so they serve the meals. In this case, it would be the food that's purchased, and then it would be a reimbursement based off of the claims or the amount that they submitted to the state.
Go ahead. Is there a maximum limit to that? I know you have X amount in the budget, but is there a maximum limit for reimbursement? So it's not pre-approved?
As for this bill, it's stated here that it will cover $1,200.
Total, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Ladd.
There is reimbursement based upon whether you're in Tier 1 or Tier 2, at 33%, 16%. Is the reimbursement contingent upon USDA approval? Are they involved with this, or we just go to any farm or any, and just bring that stuff into the schools and you get us, reimbursed for the cost at 33 or 16%?
As it states in this bill proposed, that this would be state funded, so the USDA would not have a point to say in that. So those logistics would need to be figured out as far as Tier 1 or Tier 2. I know there's a little bit of specifics in here on Tier 1 or Tier 2, but there would be a lot more in-depth conversations that would need to be had on that topic.
And can you explain Tier 1 a little bit better to me? Tier 1 being our state, Tier 2 being outside in the periphery states around us that are contingent to us or abutting us, is a product that's being produced in Tier 1 territory but owned by Tier 2 company. What kind of break are they going to get? Are they going to get the Tier 2 break or the Tier 1 break for reimbursement in the schools?
So the legislation specifically requests that the New Hampshire Department of Education, the State Board of Education promulgate rules on providers and specific eligible foods. So that would likely be a technical question that needed to be borne out in those rules.
So my follow-up, so it's not defined in this statutory language?
So a specific question where a farm might be located in the state of New Hampshire but was owned by a company in a Tier 2 state. No, that specific question is not conceived of in the legislation and likely would be something that we would need to rule make on.
And I'll just follow up. One last one here. So milk that's, and I'm talking about my community, Hatchland Dairy is unto Haverhill. Everything's, fed there, born there, packaged there, and sold from there. But then we have other products, which are New Hampshire products, that are leaving our state in Agrimark or somewhere else, and they're leaving for, being put together and everything outside our state. So whether that's Tier 1 or Tier 2, that's not defined in this bill. It's something you'd have to do through rules. Is that how I understand that?
Yes, that specific scenario in which it could be classified as either Tier 1 or Tier 2 based on production versus ownership would be a question that we would need to address in rules.
Representative Bohm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming. Can't school districts now contract with their local farms and buy food?
Yes, they absolutely can, and there's some that are currently doing that, yes.
And then, sorry, to further clarify your prior question, Chairman Ladd, it specifically indicates the place of origin of the food, but we would have to develop processes and procedures for the self-attestation of the producer for the place of origin. So we would expect in the development of those processes and procedures, whether or not the interpretation was significant enough to require rulemaking or could be accomplished in guidance and technical assistance would be something we would have to get into in the weeds of implementation.
Yes, I'd be concerned about the raw material may come from the state, but it goes over there, it's packaged in the form of a food with a lot of other products blended in with it.
And that raises another important question that many of our food service programs in schools do not work with raw materials at this time, or do not work with raw materials to a significant degree. So that would also require significant training for the food service providers and significant additional time on meal preparation. And we noted that in the local expenditures, but again, those costs were indeterminable by the agency.
Representative Luna?
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Thanks very much for your technical support this afternoon. So following on Chair Ladd's questions with respect to the clarity in the bill and rulemaking under 541A, would it be reasonable to make certain rules as like the ones you've discussed under 541A without having it spelled out in black and white in the bill? And would it also be possible for the department to generate a list of approved suppliers so that food service directors in these schools don't need to determine on their own who is an appropriate tier 1 or tier 2 supplier, but can actually sort of pick through the list, make it easy from the department, and seek out those products from those suppliers, and then seek the percentage reimbursement of the cost from the department.
Thank you for the question. I think perhaps our greatest concern around rulemaking on the specifications and qualifications of eligible food, and then creating a list of pre-approved providers, would be that we don't have the current in-house expertise to do so. And that's again why we made it explicit that we would need an additional 2 new program specialists likely to implement a program similar to the size of the National School Lunch Program, on which we have about 3, sometimes 4 staff working.
On that?
Yes.
So thanks. So, you know, in some ways, I don't see this all that different from a from the department standpoint to the, let's say, the Learn Everywhere program, where the department was vetting and compiling a list of service providers for that. Did putting that list together require, how many additional staff did that require from the department?
So that program is currently implemented with existing staff, but that has been an exploration around additional staff capacity. But we do have the in-house capacity to vet education service providers. We are the Department of Education. We do not have the in-house capacity to vet food service providers and vendors, and that would likely be expertise that we would need to develop.
Follow up on that, because I want to make it really clear that I understand that you're the Department of with the Department of Education, but a lot of the Learn Everywhere providers are not schools. They're businesses, they're manufacturing facilities, they're sports complexes. There are a lot of things that are outside of what I would call the school environment. So I guess my question is, how did the department develop the expertise to work with or to really understand and be able to vet an educational curriculum when it's being delivered through through a manufacturer or an engineering company or a sports complex?
Thank you for the question. So, and I was, again, stated that it was related to the approval of education service providers. We all know that education does not only happen in a classroom setting. So the evaluation of a multitude of different types of educational environments was within our existing expertise.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman Leth. I have another question. On line 25 and 26, for clarity, in a school district of, for example, in a scenario of 5 schools, under that, I'm trying to read school and school districts, is each school within that school district eligible for a maximum of $1,200, or is the district eligible?
It specifically states school, per school per year, but that raises an important question because we do see throughout the proposal the term SAU,
Right.
school district or LEA, and school potentially used interchangeably. So we would seek additional clarification on the intent.
Could you repeat the last sentence?
So we would seek additional clarification on the intent of whether SAU was meant, school district or LEA was meant, or school was meant.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chairman Leth.
You're welcome. Mackenzie, I note that there's a $600,000 appropriation in FY23 for this bill. If I were to ask the department, and I've done it several years back with the prior commissioner, is this a priority of the department? We're looking at nurse coordinator positions, we're looking at various folks expanding curriculum maybe with personal finance literacy, that means more training and support people there. Would this, if stacked up against all the other requests and your priorities over there, where would this stack up in terms of appropriating additional dollars for it be placed on that priority scale?
Thank you for the question. Whatever the legislature enacts is a priority for the agency to administer.
You're very good at that. That's the same answer I used to get from Virginia Berry. And, you know, we could never get a defined answer as what is the priority, yet we come up with some legislation like a nurse coordinator position or whatever it might be, or a counselor position, and on it goes down the list. And, well, I'm not going to go there. We don't have a voucher program. We have an EFA program. It's not a voucher. At any rate, so I think it's incumbent upon the department to start, you know, tone up the line here and give us some priorities of what you see as you need over there, whether it's a new system to run your budgets with or technology, what have you. You know, we could take our shots, but, you know, is that the wisest way to spend money? I don't think so.
Thank you for the guidance. I can state that we are here to provide technical assistance. To my knowledge, we were not actively involved in the drafting of this proposal. So that would provide an indication to the extent to which it was a
Okay, I
priority.
can read between the lines, thanks. Representative Tanner.
Thank you. Out of the 480 schools in the lunch program, how many are charter schools?
There's 137, I believe, charter schools in that, but I can get you a definite number.
So that's that have a lunch program? 137 out of the 480?
Yes, but I can get you a definite number on that.
Okay, and are there other private schools, academies, or religious schools that we're now sending students to that have a lunch program?
Yes, and I can get you that number as well.
And they're getting reimbursed through the lunch program?
Yes, we do have some schools that participate through an SAU and get food through that program. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Mullen.
I just can't stay off of this topic, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. When you read the bill, Mackenzie, you read it as a voluntary thing that schools would opt in or opt in and then ultimately would have the freedom to opt out if they chose to at any point in time. Am I correct in that?
Yes, we do not interpret the legislative proposal to require participation, and it's only eligible for those schools participating within in SLP currently.
Just a quick follow-up. Yeah, because we've gotten a tremendous amount of email from various communities that have farmers markets, whatever, in support of this. So would you believe that the bill's author is sitting behind you in the audience? And if you should, in fact, need any follow-up information or to discuss any language, I'm sure she would be willing to help you.
When do you think you can get this going? The effective date is July 1, 2022.
So that's another piece of significant technical assistance we had previously shared. It takes significant time to have the supply side respond to this, to identify eligible vendors, to learn how to process raw foods. So we do not believe that we could successfully implement this bill in just a few months this July.
Okay, so are you saying that the date needs to be pushed out further? Do you think like another fiscal year beyond that, or July 1, 2023, or January 1, 2023, July 1, 2024, or whatever?
I think to effectively implement this program to its full capability should be at least until July 2023.
Okay. Are there other questions from the committee right now? It's going on 4 o'clock almost here.
Quick question to you.
Yeah.
So on the two bills that we've just discussed in the full committee work session, we looking to push off the execs on those? Certainly the first one, 1164 pending DOJ.
Well, 1657 can't be pushed off. That's an early bill.
Right, all right, so 1164 we'd push.
That could be pushed, that's
Yep.
right. But 1657, we will be probably addressing tomorrow.
Right, and so that goes where after this committee? Finance, probably?
I don't know, we have a prior speaker here, maybe he could tell us where his guess is that a bill like this would go to. Has a 600 grand there, so appropriating the money from where?
Well,
Ways and Means or Finance, I don't know.
Well, finance appropriates,
Probably Finance,
so Ways and Means.
but where are you going to get,
collect.
no, yep.
Well, that's a, Mary Beth, can you weigh in on this?
I think I will. I think it goes to finance.
Yeah.
I happen to know there's revenue report still. There's 170 million right now in excess money in financing. There's about almost $400 million in request for that 170 million. So, you know, and I don't know if they're counting this as part of that or not, but you know, it's going to be competitive, and it's very tough to get finance to pass anything that has money attached to it in the second year. I mean, I've watched almost everything get killed in the second year. There's so much money this year, some of it is not, but the first 100 million is probably going to go towards settlements on the whole community thing with all the abuse gone on. And frankly, 100 million is just the tip of the iceberg. They just may need 3 or 4 times that amount. So, you know, it's like the normal thing. Lots of ideas, not always so much money.
Yeah, it sounds like it's a long shot.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think that's a fair statement.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, well, thank you very much. Are there any more questions for the department? Thank you very much. Sean, do you have anything else to add to any of this conversation, or? Oh, that's fine.
And you'd think by now I would have learned sometimes it's best to keep my mouth shut, but I do want to just speak to some of the practicality or lack thereof of what I'm seeing here. I think there are very few commodities that New Hampshire farmers could provide consistently for school districts during the year. And I think you have to realize that because of the low amount of money that's being appropriated here per school district, if school districts were expected to set up purchasing for some commodities for a partial year and have to go someplace else, you're probably not going to have a lot of participation. Milk is probably the only thing that a few farms could supply consistently throughout the year. And I think the idea is nice for New Hampshire farmers. I would suspect for something like this to work, because this is so broad and $1,200 is so little. I can tell you in Hudson, which is probably the 9th or 10th largest district in the state, there are 7 schools. That's $7,200 a year. I can't believe for a moment that the school district would put the time into this that it would take to implement it for $7,200. That something like this, I think there would need to be a pilot program. You would need a school district that was willing to do this and see if it was practical and how many people could participate in the state, because I think you spread this out to where it's like $3 a student spread out all over the state, I think is a practical matter for the farming community. It's a great idea. I would like to see more involvement, but I think this is going to be a total disappointment if you attempt to implement it in this manner.
Thank you very much. Anything else for the commissioner? I think it's good advice. I think that's sound advice. Thank you very much. Okay, so we are done this work session. I appreciate the department and the commissioner for coming over this afternoon. We do have a handout that the representative from Bedford is passing out to everybody. Representative Porter.
Mr. Chair, I know that you have received, we all have received, an email from Anise Jasmine, who works with the World Affairs Council, requesting a member of the committee to be part of a panel discussing with people from other parts of the world. I just wanted to let you know that when I was acting as the legislative co-chair of the Youth Advisory Council, we quite often met with representatives from other countries through the World Affairs Council, and it's a very worthwhile and honorable program. And if anybody feels that they could participate in it, I think you would find you learn as well as teach. So I just wanted to put a good word in for them.
When do they meet? I know when I was on the Youth Advisory Council years ago with folks out of
I think she has a panel that's set
on
up.
Sundays we met.
No. The World Affairs Council is not the Youth Advisory.
Well,
she has a panel that's being set up for sometime in March with a group of educators from around the world, and they specifically, if you read her email, they're specifically looking for us to share with them how we helped implement remote learning and that kind of thing in the United States. And she invited Commissioner Edelblut.
Edablu.
Okay, I say his name wrong.
Ed Ablu.
Okay, sorry.
It's a long day.
It's a long day.
Yes.
Anyway, but anyway, he's part of the panel, and she's looking for somebody from the Education Committee or two to be part of it as well as a school board member from the state and other people, superintendent, that sort of panel. So look in your emails for the World Affairs Council, and if anybody's willing to work with her on that, I know you will find it edifying and rewarding.
If I can just add to that, I've probably been on a dozen panels for them over the years, and I find it really rewarding. They always have a really interesting group sponsored by the State Department, and the State Department sends them to about half a dozen places around the country, and New Hampshire's one of them. And it's a great group, and as I say, it's usually a whole group that the State Department has put together and sent around the country.
Kids in the youth advisory always love it after they've met with these other young people from around the world. They just learn and ask questions, but this would be a chance for us. They're not looking for young people with this. They're looking for people who are knowledgeable about education in the state of New Hampshire. So just throwing out a curve.
Thank you very much. People that are interested, why don't you let me know, and then I will coordinate with Representative Porter.
Jasmine, who's the person that is coordinating it.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I could speak before you lose any more of your members over there regarding the handout that I just gave to you. This is a little homework assignment from me. I found the article fascinating. It came from the Boston Globe, and it was written by the chair of the Derry School Board. So it seemed to be exceptionally pertinent and timely information, given the fact that we've been sort of knocking around this idea of public participation and the role of school boards. And just because I am that kind of girl, I checked a little bit on the nature of the chairperson of the school board in Derry, because I thought, please don't let this be a whining Democrat. Please don't let this be, right. So I just want you to know that I am not forcing you into reading anything that I don't think you'll be interested in. I believe that you would have a lot ideologically in common with the chairperson of the Derry School Board. And I would ask that you read it, and if there is any interest for fruitful discussion later on, perhaps we could discuss it as part of either our exec session on public participation or
Maybe we can have a book talk on it, huh?
a book talk. That would, now there's an idea.
And then we can have Representative Woodcock give us the cliff notes.
We're going to call it a Tandy's talk. And, right. So I would appreciate it, though, if I found it to be really quite eye-opening. The school board meetings in Bedford have been what I thought rollicking compared to days gone by, but after reading this particular article, I realized that there are things happening in communities all over the state that I clearly was not aware of. So I share this.
There are.
Yeah, I share this with you as an eye-opening experience that I would not want to keep to myself.
All righty. To be continued.
Thank you.